So moved.
Board Member Alan Thomas.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to continue the public hearing until November 1st. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we will do a voice vote. Please raise your physical hand in the chat window so your voice vote can be counted. That is going to pass unanimously with one absence. Thank you very much to the URA members who showed up, who are not council members. We do appreciate your participation in coming here for this short meeting. This time I'm going to adjourn the Urban Renewal Authority meeting, and I will call the NIGID meeting to order. Ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman.
1 second. For you URA members, you can drop off now. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Gibson.
Chair Huseman.
Present.
Vice Chair Frank.
Present.
Board Member Madera.
Present.
Board Member Alan Thomas.
Present.
Board Member Noble.
Present.
Board Member Wardiola.
Present.
Board Member Hurst.
Present.
Board Member Grimes.
Present.
Board Member Smith.
Present.
Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We have one item on our agenda this evening, and that is for NIGID Resolution 2021-09, a resolution adopting the 2022 budget for the NIGID. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. Does anybody on the board wish to hear the presentation? Seeing no request for the presentation, Mr. Secretary, will you please recognize those individuals registered to speak?
Chair Huseman, we have Steve Douglas registered to speak on the budget hearing tonight.
Thank you. Is Mr. Douglas available?
He is. I'm moving him over now. Steve, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 comments once you begin, or 3 minutes once you begin.
Hey, I will hold off on speaking on this. I wanted to hear the presentation, but I mean, reading the agenda, there's really not that much. So I will hold off for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also see Christy Douglas is registered to speak.
Steve, is Christy there with you?
No, she's not here right now. She's on her way.
Thank you,
Right.
Steve.
This time
Okay,
I'm looking for
thank
a motion and a second to continue the public hearing to November 1st. Board Member Hurst,
So moved.
Board Member Alan Thomas.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to continue the public hearing to November 1st. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please use your physical hand in the chat window so your vote can be counted. That is going to pass unanimously 9-0. This time I'm going to adjourn the NIGID meeting and call the ECAGID meeting to order. Mr. Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Chair Huseman.
Present.
Vice Chair Frank.
Present.
Board Member Madera.
Present.
Board Member Alan Thomas.
Present.
Board Member Noble.
Present.
Board Member Wardiola.
Present.
Board Member Hurst.
Present.
Board Member Grimes.
Present.
Board Member Smith.
Present.
Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. We have one item on our agenda this evening, and that is a public hearing for resolution ECAGID 21-07, a resolution adopting the 2022 budget for the ECAGID. This time I will open the public hearing. Does anybody on the board want to hear the presentation? Board Member Grimes?
Sorry, just had my hand up inadvertently.
Seeing no request for the presentation, I'm looking for a motion and a second to continue the public hearing to November 1st. Board Member Hurst,
So moved.
Board Member Alan Thomas.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to continue the public hearing to November 1st. Is there any discussion? Board Member Hurst,
Hand up.
seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please raise your physical hand in the chat window so that your vote can be counted. And that is going to pass unanimously 9-0. I will now adjourn the ECAGID meeting and call the ERAGID meeting to order. Mr. Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Chair Huseman.
Present.
Vice Chair Frank.
Present.
Board Member Madera.
Present.
Board Member Alan Thomas.
Present.
Board Member Noble.
Present.
Board Member Wardiola.
Present.
Board Member Hurst.
Present.
Board Member Grimes.
Present.
Board Member Smith.
Present.
Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. We have one item on our agenda this evening. That is a public hearing for resolution ERAGID 21-03, a resolution adopting the 2022 budget for the ERAGID. This time I will open the public hearing. Does anybody on the board wish to hear the presentation? Seeing no request to do so, I'm looking for a motion and a second to continue the public hearing until November 1st. Board Member Hurst,
So moved.
Board Member Allen Thomas.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to continue the resolution and the public hearing for the resolution ERAGID 21-03 until November 1st. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please use your physical hands in the chat window if you're in favor. And that is going to pass unanimously 9-0. At this time, I'm going to adjourn the ERAGID meeting and call the regular city council meeting to order. Mr. Gibson, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Huseman,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank,
Present.
Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Allen Thomas,
Present.
Councilmember Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Ordiola,
Present.
Councilmember Hurst,
Present.
Councilmember Grimes,
Present.
Councilmember Smith,
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. This time I would like to invite those present and remote to join us in a moment of silence, and the Pledge of Allegiance which will be led by Councilmember Smith.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. All public comment will occur during citizen communication except for public hearings. Persons who registered to speak under multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Per council policy, citizen communication is a time on our agenda for public to address council on business and affairs of the city. Per council policy, citizen communication cannot occur before the time stated in the agenda without council approval. The estimated time in the agenda for citizen communication is 8 p.m. The time is now 6:10 p.m. Does council wish to make a motion to allow citizen communication at this time? Councilmember Noble.
My hand is raised as a point of order because our agenda that was published said that the meeting would be at 8 p.m. Now, I know that it also said it would immediately follow these, but a 2-hour difference is considerable, and I'm really uncomfortable about moving forward with this meeting tonight because of all the contact that we've had in eliminating folks who might want to weigh in, who thought the meeting would begin at 8.
Mr. Sheasley.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Good evening. Because we are so far ahead of schedule, it's important to remember the citizen comment portion of the meeting is intended to allow for the speaking on the consent agenda, as well as the way we're doing it virtually, any of the other items that aren't quasi judicial hearings. And we don't have any of those tonight other than, well, even the budget hearing, which is a little bit separate. But and so I would recommend, if you're going to not have citizen communication at this time and to conduct any business that you can that wouldn't be a topic. I think the executive sessions that are scheduled for the end of the meeting are a good thing that you possibly could discuss now without having an issue with depriving someone of the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Does anybody on council wish to motion to amend the agenda to bring those two executive sessions to the beginning of the meeting and go into those executive sessions now? Councilmember Noble.
Excellent idea. I would like to amend make a motion to amend the agenda to move up the 2 executive sessions.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to amend the agenda by allowing the 2 executive sessions, which are slated for the end of tonight's meeting, to occur now. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand in the chat window. And that is going to pass unanimously 9-0. Our amendment is now amended, our agenda is now amended. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 parentheses 4 sub parentheses E and F for the purpose of discussing personnel and negotiating matters relating to the city attorney and the interim city attorney position, and CRS 24-6-402 parentheses F sub parentheses 4 sub parentheses F for the purpose of discussing personnel matters related to the city manager's performance relating to oversight of the police department. That'll be all for that one. Councilmember Alan Thomas,
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to enter into executive session for the two stated purposes. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Grimes. Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please raise your hand in the chat window if you're in favor. And that will pass 9-0. Mr. Sheasley, has the link for the executive session been distributed?
No, it will be coming out shortly.
Okay. We will adjourn temporarily to the executive session. We'll see you all there when you get the link.
Dylan, and just wanted to let you know that council plans to reconvene at 8:20.
Okay, it is 8:20 PM. The city council is out of executive session. We'll move on with the rest of our agenda, starting with citizen communication. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. City council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously, but do not generally respond to comments until later in the evening. Council must wait until administrative council business to take action in response to citizen communication. Council members can ask questions of speakers if desired. The city needed advanced registration in order to participate in citizen communication for this meeting. If you're currently in this meeting to speak during citizen communication, please listen for me to call your name and the clerk will unmute you so you may begin. If you do not respond or are disconnected, you may miss your chance to comment. Please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. If a council member wants to ask a question, please ask to be recognized when the speaker is finished. We'll start off with James Hayes for general citizen communication, followed by James Hayes for ordinance 2354.
James, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes for each piece. So whenever you're done with your general citizen communication, just let me know so I can restart the timer on your 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Again, this is James Hayes, Director of Land Acquisition and Development for Oakwood Homes, 4908 Tower Road, Denver, 80249. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for recognizing me to speak tonight. I'm speaking under citizen communication, but I also signed up to speak on 2354, so I can hold that part of my comments during that public hearing as necessary. On October 4th, as you know, the City Council adopted a motion to suspend administrative subdivision approvals temporarily. And I encourage you to consider rescinding this suspension by a subsequent motion tonight. The land entitlement and development process is very complex, requires extensive time to review by city staff and external agencies. And the Land Development Code has 9 specific criteria for approval of subdivision applications. City Council has the right under the current LDC to call up any plat for consideration by the Planning Commission and City Council in a public hearing. But a blanket requirement for all residential subdivisions will increase burdens on city staff, the City Council meeting agendas, and processing time on the development community. 2 weeks ago at the meeting, city staff estimated there's over 180 current land development applications in process, and approximately 40 to 50 of those may be subdivisions. And currently staff processes between 3 and 5 administrative subdivisions per month. So there's a huge potential here for a large number of the subdivisions in process to be subject to public hearings. The City Council, in my opinion, should focus on policy making and quasi-judicial zoning hearings as a way to guide the development process, rather than focus on administrative land subdivision approvals. During the developers forum on October 7th, city staff also stated that the increase on staff time may be 10 times their normal process time to prepare a subdivision for public hearing, again, adding to the burden. All economic development professionals, commercial brokers, realtors, even the city's own ED consultant understand that commercial development follows rooftops. And slowing down residential development will only further delay the market response to the retail services desired by the Northern Range residents. This action also sends a message to the overall development community that is negative and causes uncertainty about approval processes and timelines. Finally, it's important to note that dozens of large and small businesses are involved in the construction of residential housing in the community. And each one of these businesses represents jobs and families that depend on the construction industry for their livelihood. Therefore, I restate my strong recommendation that you end your suspension on administrative subdivision approvals and also vote down ordinance 2354 later in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Noble.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Hayes, for your comments. And I'm thinking about Oakwood's pursuit of PUD amendments. And some of those led to density within the PUDs. When that happens, does anything else change when that amendment is passed? For example, do you have to increase the number of acres that you're providing for a school, for example, when Oakwood increases the density?
Well, in general, the PUD amendment I believe you're referring to was processed in 2018 and 2019. And there were updates to that land use plan to identify specific school sites and locations in the PUD document. And there were also acreages that were accounted for in that PUD.
And were those additions in the amendment? Is that what you're suggesting?
I don't recall. I don't have the PUD in front of me this evening.
Okay, thank you. And you referred to commercial, and that's certainly a good question. And our residents, as you know, have been really interested in commercial. I'm curious how many acres of land within Commerce City has Oakwood developed for commercial? Oakwood itself has developed for commercial.
Well, Oakwood Homes is a home builder, so I would say 0 acres have been developed for commercial development by Oakwood Homes.
As the master developer, how would you describe the acres that have been set aside for commercial within the master development of Reunion?
Set aside for commercial, well, the 450-acre Reunion Center has a combination of uses, including Town Center 2 and Business Park 1 as part of the PUD zoning. So there are literally hundreds of acres that could be suitable for commercial development if the market demanded that. But there's no minimum or maximum necessary of acres that we have identified in Reunion Center for commercial development.
Thank you. That's all I
Any other
have.
questions? Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions for the speaker? Sir, you're also signed up to speak on ordinance 2354, although you did also mention your position on that. Did you have additional comments to make for that ordinance?
I think I'd like to reserve my time for the public hearing, if that's appropriate.
As I stated, whenever we got into citizen communication, all discussion on this will take place during this time period.
Oh, well, yes, then I will proceed.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, again, James Hayes. So I'm speaking on ordinance 2354. Before I make my remarks, I'm requesting that some written comments from our legal counsel at Spencer Fain be entered into the public hearing record. A letter was provided via email by Michelle Berger to city staff this afternoon. So I realize it's not in the packet, but we definitely would like that considered as part of the public hearing record. There's just a few additional points I want to make about this ordinance and why it should be voted down. In addition to the residential and commercial demand linkage, attainable housing should also be considered. Increasing processing time will increase costs to develop land and deliver attainable housing in the market. Fluctuations in commodity and labor prices cause risk to developers and builders, and increasing process time just amplifies that risk. There's several home builders in the Northern Range that are marketing homes below the Denver average of nearly $600,000, but extended approval times and uncertainty increase costs, which are ultimately passed along through in the price of the home. And in general, it really does not make any economic sense to restrict the supply of housing and expect to resolve the attainable housing challenges. Reduced supply with no corresponding reduction in demand will increase home prices. I also wanted to comment on schools for just a moment. 27J, as we know, has been challenged with keeping school construction concurrent with home construction, but several of the large master plan communities are dedicating land as part of their subdivisions. As you know, Oakwood showed its commitment to education through the financing and construction of a new high school in Reunion, the Stead High School, which was chartered by School District 27J. Adequacy of schools is one of the review criteria which staff evaluates before recommending approval of a subdivision. And the school district has the opportunity to comment and coordinate with city staff to determine land dedications or cash in lieu for smaller subdivisions. So overall, the city staff is professional staff in planning, engineering, parks, finance, and legal, and coordinates with the various service district professionals. Staff and the council would be reviewing the same criteria regardless if it is a public hearing or reviewed administratively. The proposed process would increase development time and costs and burden the city staff and city council preparing for and conducting public hearings. And again, any council member may still request a subdivision plat call-up at a council meeting before any administrative approval is granted. Therefore, I'm restating my recommendation to vote no on ordinance 2354. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Hayes. Does anybody on council have any questions? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hayes. I appreciate you bringing up new topics that I wish to address. So my question is, when you mentioned the 600,000 value on homes in Denver, are those homes with metro districts?
I'm not sure. That is a general number that has been reported in the press and by the Realtors Association as the median price in Denver. So I don't have any qualifications on that other than that.
Okay. Yeah, because I've been, of course, keeping track of prices in my ward where most of this development is going on. So I was just curious how that translates. And you mentioned the high school, and you're part of the 27J bond, correct?
How so? What do you mean part of it?
That you're asking for a portion of the bond, $10 million, correct?
I believe that is not something I'm involved in directly, but I believe we are coordinating with the school district to see if there's additional money out of the bond proceeds for charter schools. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm only bringing this up because you mentioned it in your remarks. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Hayes? Seeing none, thank you for your time this evening, sir. We'll move on to the next speaker, who is Tyler Carlson, and speaking on ordinance 2354.
Tyler Carlson, if you're in this meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Tyler in the meeting.
Thank you, sir. We will move on to Ted Lady on ordinance 2354.
Ted, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Clark Gibson and Mayor Huseman, I am actually deferring to Morgan Cohen, who should actually be on your list.
Okay, we will move on to Richard Frank.
Richard, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Can you hear me?
We can, yes, Richard.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Richard Frank. I'm with Center Communities. We are the developer of Settlers Crossing at 96th and Tower. I just wanted to give some history of our involvement in the city over the years. We started work in the city in the early 2000s. We helped finance the sales tax to help expand Tower Road, among other projects. We took part in the ribbon cutting for Tower Road. We formed GID 2 to help finance future improvements in the GID 2 area. We helped form T88 Drainage Project, which built a very large drainage system for a lot of the property on the east side of Tower Road. In fact, when we closed on our first set of lots with Richmond Homes, we paid the city $700,000 as our part of that project. We've sold approximately 359 lots to Richmond and Horton, DR Horton. And we've got about 273 duplex lots currently in the entitlement process, weeks away from a final plat approval, along with 132 single-family detached rental project that has lenders and investors that have become very nervous about pursuing this project. If 2354 passes, we spent hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in the entitlement process. We have installed millions of dollars of infrastructure in Sailors Crossing that could be jeopardized with the passage of 2354. We anticipate our closings with our builders to happen mostly this year, and now all of that is in doubt, which would cause a very large financial situation, a bad financial situation for Settlers Crossing. We'd like to enter into the record, if it hasn't been already, a letter from Foster Graham regarding 2354. We respectfully request the city not to delay our plats and vote down 2354. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Frank? Seeing none, we'll move on to Morgan Colon speaking on ordinance 2354.
Morgan, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Huseman and mayors of the Commerce City City Council. My name is Morgan Cullen, and I am calling in this evening on concerns regarding the City Council's recent vote to retroactively require residential subdivisions to be evaluated through the public hearing process instead of the administrative process as previously directed. These comments are being provided on behalf of the Home Builders Association of Metro Denver. The City Council's recent decision to require residential subdivisions to be approved through the public hearing process through April 4th, 2022 for residential development is a serious concern for the active building community at Commerce City. As you know, this process has always been conducted administratively with qualified municipal staff that had the time and expertise necessary to thoughtfully evaluate these permit submittals in a timely manner. As I'm sure all of you are acutely aware, Commerce City is already significantly behind schedule with its planning, review, and inspection processes, and adding an additional public hearing requirement will only add further delay and cost that will ultimately be incurred by future residents within the municipality. The typical subdivision process in Commerce City is supposed to go through 3 reviews of 8, 7, and 6 weeks, with time in between to respond to comments. But recently, subdivision plats have been taking upwards of 15 months from initial submittal to final recording. This process is already approximately 3 times longer than the city's own goal of 5 months. Based on the information we received from municipal, additional months or more into the development schedule for subdivision approval. Imposing additional impediments and expenses upon homebuyers will only make new housing units even more expensive for future residents and price out more middle-income residents out of the market. The National Association Home Builders' latest priced out estimates from January 21 indicate that a $1,000 increase in the cost of a median priced new home will further price out 2,310 Colorado households out of the market. The additional carrying cost for each lot that is delayed further by such an action will only increase the cost to own a home and price more residents out of the housing market in Commerce City entirely. And it delays current and future residents from owning their homes and further contributing to the city's tax base. While we also recognize this new requirement is also being imposed on residential development, but presumably, while we recognize this new requirement is only being imposed on residential development, presumably not to discourage commercial development and its subsequent tax base from investing in Commerce City. While the potential tax benefits of commercial development are undeniable, they don't occur independently from residential development. In fact, it is just the opposite. Economic trends in Colorado and elsewhere illustrate a long-standing correlation between the influx of new residents and the level of new retail and primary employment opportunities that occur within the municipality. In conclusion, we strongly encourage the City Council to reconsider consider the quality of life implications this policy will have on current and future residents and any additional costs that they will ultimately bear as a result. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Does anybody have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we'll move on to our next speaker, who is Joel Farkas on ordinance 2354.
Joel, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Joel in the meeting.
Thank you, sir. Next is David Foster speaking on ordinance 2354.
David, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes, David.
Great. Well, let me begin by making sure that you do have my letter as part of the record, and I'm not going to spend tonight speaking to that letter. You have it in front of you. I kind of wanted to speak to some of the larger policy issues and implications that I'm hoping that you'll contemplate. First, I believe the plat approval is too late in the process. It's too far downstream in the development process to have the impact you're looking to make with this action. And calling up plats is like the city council reviewing building permits, which I know none of you are interested in doing and probably aren't qualified to do. And the land uses and densities are already determined. And the plat review is technical in nature, as you know, as we all witnessed in a hearing from just a few weeks ago. The development review process in your land development code creates numerous schedule expectations. For example, in the affordable housing world, in the tax credit award world, these awards run out if they are not used in a timely fashion. We have contracts with builders and we have lenders in issuance of debt to fund infrastructure. And case in point here is you have the Third Creek project where we annexed and zoned in 2019. We submitted our plats in 2020. Plats have been under review since the spring of 2020. You, the city, have closed on a loan for $14 million to fund regional infrastructure in order to get infrastructure onto the east side of E470. And the change to the plat review process that you're contemplating now creates significant uncertainty, adding at least 3 to 4 months of delay in the process. And this causes problems for both the city and the developer. And it's our understanding that the GID continues to pay interest on the loan it closed earlier this year. But here's ultimately where I think your focus hopefully can be. The city's opportunity lies in updating its comprehensive plan and its zoning code. Your current plan is nearly 12 years old and much of it has changed in that time. And all of the additional time that people speak of that your staff will have to spend preparing for these numerous hearings don't allow your staff to focus on completing the comprehensive plan update, which I think is a more effective tool than overloading them with public hearings, staff reports, and presentations on an administrative process. And so it is our hope that in addition to the legal issues that I think are created by your adoption 2 weeks ago and your contemplation tonight, hope that you'll focus your attention on the comprehensive plan and zoning regulations that we can focus on earlier in the process. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Foster? Seeing none, we'll move on to Steve Douglas. And this is Steve Douglas's first opportunity to speak on general citizen communication. And he has also signed up for ordinance 2354, so the clock will be reset for him when he goes to that subject.
Steve, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes for your general citizen comment. Let me know whenever you're done and then we'll restart for your comments on ordinance 2354.
Okay, thank you. Steve Douglas, 10970 Unity Parkway, Commerce City. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. First off, I'd like to talk about 6A and 6B that mimics 2K ballot measure from 2013. There was back in 2012, there were 14 public meetings in 2012 and a mail survey, a mail survey and a telephone survey to redefine the ideals and held a series of 8 meetings between businesses and community to really understand the needs and desire. And that ended with the 5 projects in 5 years. And I understand what the city is asking as far as like improving roads and all that, but that's what the 2K does. That's that 1% sales tax that does not sunset, that continues to grow. Estimated at that time, $15 million. I think right now it's $18, $20 million. The more people we get in, the more money they spend, the cars they buy, they get 1% sales tax, they have to contribute. And so I think it's, the city is putting the cart before the horse. We really should educate the community on what was going on. I understand we need a substation in the north. Why not occupy some space in the Bison Ridge Rec Center? There is open space there, much bigger than what is currently going on next to Snap Fitness. And when I say the city's putting the cart before the horse, here we have developers talking about infrastructure, put more homes on and everything. Let's change that equation as far as what we charge them for fees, what their responsibility is. I believe the responsibility to widen roads for the city is 60%, and the developer is 40%. Oakwood is doing very well. They have exercised that they don't need the type of funding they're asking for. They've said that plenty of times in illustrated as far as what they're going through. I believe that should be reversed. The city should be responsible for 40% of these future projects, and the developer is 60% when it comes to widening the road. Oakwood is selling market rate homes and not attainable housing. So don't believe the hype. And the other thing too, well, I'll speak into the 2054, but that's all I have for that. Thank you.
Mr. Douglas, at this time, does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Douglas? Seeing none, sir, you can proceed on ordinance 2354.
Okay, thank you. Steve Douglas, 10970 Unity Parkway. Thank you, council and mayor, for letting me speak on ordinance 2354. Now, there's some names that have come up tonight. There's some big hitters here for developers, and they are concerned that you are messing with their bottom line. They don't understand that development is outpacing the schools, and that right there, our citizens do not understand. Again, the citizens are not educated on what is going on. There's two ballot proposals, 6A, 6B, 5A, and 5B. This city has not, this northern infrastructure, this northern end has not passed a mill in years. They have passed a bond, but not the mill. And so to put these both on there does not help at all. But as far as 2354, I appreciate you guys standing your ground and making sure you don't get pushed around by the developers. They have to understand things are moving too fast, and the things need to slow down. Maybe should do a moratorium and hold off on all residential permits until you guys can understand what is needed from those developers going forward that the city needs from them. Because you heard about every $1,000 just knocks out a potential home buyer. Well, the prices they're charging, it already knocked out thousands of people. These homes aren't attainable, not at all. And as far as retail, you heard from Oakwood staff, and the question was proposed about commercial development. They had mixed use, and they decided to go ahead and do use by right and put homes there. That's an area right there that could have put a retail commercial. So for Jim Hayes to say that is just wrong. The schools can't keep up. And this right here is just no different than the URA when you guys have a discussion about the dog track. Look how many years that took to get that right. I'm not pleased what we settled with Del West, but it is what it is. Can't change that. But you can change how you view and go forward. And the two outliers on council who wants to rescind what was brought forward 2 weeks ago, shame on you. You need to stand with the council. You two are outliers. And I'm not going to say your names, But please, council, stay hold what you approved and see this through. It's only till April. It's not like you're saying, okay, well, they're gonna do this for 2 years, 3 years. It's just till April. Thank you.
Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Douglas? Seeing none, thanks, sir, for your time this evening. We will move on to Christy Douglas, who is speaking on general citizen communication.
Steve,
Thank
I'm
you.
assuming Christie's there.
Yes.
You were assuming, right, Dylan? Thank you so much. I'm Christy Douglas. I am a resident of Commerce City, and I would like to comment on the agenda item, the motion to rescind to bring all subdivision approvals before council. My husband Steve had it right on, and then to listen to these developers coming to you, they send in the heavy hitters tonight, the big names. It just feels like so far this council has been beholding to the developers, and finally 2 weeks ago I saw that somebody had the sense to say this is out of hand and we have to do something about it. And I thank those people who brought that forward for doing that. I think it's long overdue. It feels like this council is so beholden to the developers and to the corporate executives, and you're forgetting about the people. You are not building a quality community for a lifetime. You are creating a frenzy of housing development. You're going to create a bedroom community, and the economic development, we already see it. It's going to other cities. It's in Brighton, it's in Denver. They haven't developed housing up and down Tower in Denver, but they sure are putting up commercial like crazy. How come they can do it there and not depend on the rooftop? So what they're doing is they're making the money for themselves and putting the households in Commerce City so that they have guaranteed customers. So don't get duped by this. I'm sick and tired of seeing these people rolling into town and rolling over the council. They go straight to the staff. That's where they make their alliances. And then they have you convinced that you have no power, that you're just figureheads. And you were supposed to bend over and do exactly what the staff has told you to do when the staff is being controlled by the developers and they're not thinking about the community. It is time that that stops. So please do not be pressured to rescind this motion. And I want you to consider carefully who the two council people are who brought that forward, where their interests lie. And it's definitely not, it's serving the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Douglas. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we thank you for your time this evening. We'll move on to Blake Fullenwider speaking on ordinance 2354.
Blake, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Blake Fullenwider. Mayor Huesman, I do not see Blake in the meeting. Oh, wait. Blake, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin. Blake, are you there?
Okay, we'll move on to Rick Wells speaking on ordinance 2354.
Rick Wells, if you're in the meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Rick Wells. Mayor Huesman, I do not see Rick in the meeting.
Thanks, sir. We'll move next to Rana Sanchez speaking general citizen communication.
Rana, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. Rana Sanchez, 10680 Waco Street, Commerce City. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you this evening. The reason I'm speaking tonight is because I'm concerned with the current trend from the staff and city council towards secrecy and a lack of transparency. At the last council meeting, I brought to your attention the new way of sharing oil and gas updates in the city manager report. I reiterate, why did you change how you share the information with the public? In the past, you had a section titled Oil and Gas Updates. Now you hide it under Environmental Policy and Planning Update. Why don't you put Oil and Gas Update back if there's nothing to hide? I was pleasantly surprised to see that at the last meeting, City Council voted to bring all subdivision approvals to the council so that the public could be made aware of what's going on in our community. I thought that was a step in the right direction of supporting transparency in government. As you all know, many residents of Commerce City would like to see another grocery store, more restaurants, and other amenities to support the growing population in our community. I applauded your efforts to support informing the residents here of what's going on. I was surprised, okay, not really surprised, more disappointed to see on tonight's agenda a motion to rescind that motion and to return to the business as usual of hiding everything the developers plan to do under the cloak of secrecy. Why would you do this? Why don't you want the public to know about this? Who elects you, the citizens or the developers? Why are you keeping this information hidden from the community? I urge you to reconsider this and show that you are supporting the community's rights to be aware of what is being built here over what the developers have been begging you to keep secret. I heard people talk about attainable housing tonight, and I wasn't planning on addressing this, but I really don't consider the housing currently in Commerce City attainable housing, and I'm sure there are many others that would agree with me on that. And especially when you add in the additional taxes that the Metro District collects, I'm pretty sure that the price of homes is pretty close to that $600,000 average that was mentioned previously. Lastly, I have no letter from any attorney to go into any record. I'm just a citizen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Does anybody on council have any questions for this individual? Councilmember Hurst.
Yes, thank you for your comments tonight. Can you please describe a time when you've sought out information about development in Commerce City and rejected that information?
And what? I'm sorry.
Can you please describe a time when you sought out development information about what is occurring in Commerce City and were rejected that information?
I mean, I sought out information. What do you mean rejected information? I'm not
For
understanding.
hiding information as you accused us of.
No, I can't say that it is that when I sought information out, it's been hidden, but it's hard to find. It's not easy to find.
It's an incredibly transparent system that has an incredible amount of documentation. And the only way to systematically store that is to put it into a system that has to be searched by what you're looking for. And so quite honestly, I don't feel like we're being non-transparent at all. We're putting it all out there, and the amount of people that are actually interested in that information, we put in way more effort than comes out of, you know, the request for that information.
So why was the oil and gas changed to where you have to look for it? It's not front and center like it used to be.
I'm not going to speak for the city manager's office, but in my opinion, it's because oil and gas is part of our overall environmental plan, and it is still of importance under that subject and under many subjects, but that is where it fits in the overall report. I see no issue having its own section. It just is part of our environmental planning section.
So why are you changing this where having the information be public? Like, why are you against that? Why did you bring this motion up tonight?
Mayor Huseman and council, if I may.
I'll have time to explain myself when I bring the motion forward.
The citizen comment period is not an opportunity for a back and forth discussion, although questions can be asked of a reasonable nature. I just ask council members to remember that, please, going forward, and speakers to understand that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm done.
Councilmember Madera.
I just wanted to answer your question on why we changed the names on the oil and gas presentation. That presentation is evolved to include more than just oil and gas. It now includes air emissions and a lot of other environmental policy, which is why the name was changed to be inclusive of oil and gas and the environmental information that's contained in that presentation. So it was not meant to be lacking in transparency. If anything, it was just meant to be more inclusive and to let you know that there's more involved in that presentation than just oil and gas.
Mr. Sheasley?
My apologies, sir.
Great. Seeing no other questions for Ms. Sanchez, thank you for your time this evening, ma'am. We'll move on to Grant Nelson speaking on ordinance 2354.
Grant, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. My name is Grant Nelson, Republic Investment Group, 5750 DTC Parkway, Greenwood Village, 80111. I'm here tonight to speak about ordinance 2354. I'm a retail real estate developer operating out of Denver. I've developed about 4 million square feet of retail over the last 29 years in Colorado and a number of other Western states. And when I was contacted earlier to review 2354, I'm going to echo what some of the previous builders have spoken about, which is that commercial follows rooftops and retail specifically follows rooftops. I've developed a number of sites up and down the Front Range. In Parker, I've done about 1 million square feet. I'm developing a site right now. The site I'm developing right now is at a corner called Chambers and Hess. It's on the west side of Parker, and we are specifically marketing all of the residential growth that the town of Parker has approved in that corridor. There's 14,000 homes that are approved along the corridor that site will serve. We've done a drone video to show all those sites, and how it's pertinent to Commerce City is that I think that if the city of Commerce City can go further into, as David Foster previously said, their comprehensive plan and amend their comprehensive plan or dig into it deeper to really evaluate the retail sites in Commerce City, understand what your opportunities are, really get your story down, and then go out and market it to the retailers that you want to try and locate in your community. That's the best way of going about attracting retail. Holding up residential plats only hurts the process, only hurts Commerce City. It makes Commerce City look like it's unpredictable. And not only for home builders, but for retail developers, for retailers, communities need to be predictable. Communities need to be, it needs to be easily understood how to walk through the process. So I don't have anything under development in Commerce City. I don't have anything under contract in Commerce City. And Commerce City is a great community. There's so much growth that can occur here. It is a bit hampered by Northfield to the south and Prairie Center to the north from a retail perspective. But if the growth is going to continue out here in a residential, if the growth in residential is going to continue out here, it will continue to attract retailers to Commerce City. So I appreciate the time tonight. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Noble?
Thank you so much for speaking. You said you're from, you do your building in Parker?
I've developed a number of projects in Parker. I'm developing a large project in northern Colorado in the town of Timoth right now. I've developed all over Colorado.
Okay, great. And do you know how many residents there are in North Commerce City?
In North Commerce City?
Mm-hmm.
I do not know how many residents are in North Commerce City today. I worked on the King Supers down next to the dog track years ago, but I don't know the population. I know Reunion, I know the King Supers out there does well. I know a number of the retailers that have located in North Commerce City do well, but off the top of my head, I don't know how many people live in North Commerce City today.
Yeah, we do have about 40,000 people. So pretty good, pretty good. I know the Parker area, and Glad you're staying busy down there. Is Parker located by any, major streets coming in and out? Or is it on E470 like Commerce City is?
It's on E470, and the main street that goes through Parker is Parker Road. And most of the development that has occurred on Parker Road. So, Commerce City is challenging because it's, bifurcated by the west side of the Arsenal and the north side of the Arsenal, and explaining the Arsenal and the fact that it's a 180-degree market to some retailers is difficult. But I would tell you the growth that has occurred out there has been great, and the opportunity to grow is great as well.
Yes, and do you have requirements in Parker regarding how much housing can be built versus how much commercial can be built and that sort of thing? Residents serving amenities and so forth. Are there any requirements in Parker?
No, and I would tell you that attracting retail is more than just having the population. You have to tell a story, and the story is as important as the area that you're developing in. A lot of communities in Colorado think of themselves as just Commerce City, but if I were to pitch a site in Commerce City to a retailer, I'd tell them it's in northern Denver, and I'd explain all of the growth that's going on in northern Denver, and then explain the site specifically. So most retailers are somewhat agnostic to which community they're going to locate in, as much as the best site that's going to produce the most profits for that store.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Nelson, for coming to see us from Parker. Appreciate your visit. Thank you.
No problem.
Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Nelson? Seeing none, I do have a question. Earlier in your remarks, you said that we had to have more rooftops in order to attract retail. And then whenever you were questioned by Councilmember Noble, you said that it's not just rooftops, that it's actually telling a story. So can you further define for us what exactly it is? I mean, you're developing down in the town of Parker, which has 55,000 residents. The city of Commerce City has nearly 70,000 residents, and we'll eclipse that number pretty soon. Yet you're not developing in Commerce City, but you felt compelled to come and speak during our council meeting. Can you explain a little bit as far as the rationale behind all these things?
Sure. The Parker is just an analogy to Commerce City. It's a growing community, and I have been able to market the growth of Parker to attract retailers. And what I would like Commerce City, or what I recommend Commerce City to do, is to market to retailers based upon the growth that is occurring there. Your growth is great. Part of the population is down on the east side of the Arsenal. If you can tell a better story on the north side of the Arsenal, how it's going to grow, how many rooftops are going to occur, how many rooftops are going to be there in the next 10, 15 years, that's how you can attract more retail. So it's not only about the population, it's about the incomes, it's about the disposable incomes, it's about the growth that's going to occur, and putting that all into a story to go tell retailers is what we do as retail developers.
Thank you. So as a retail development specialist, you would agree that just having rooftops is not enough to bring retail to a community?
Well, you need to start with rooftops, and you need to start with explaining all the patchwork of holes that are in your community, and when they're going to build out, how many houses are they going to build out, and what those houses are going to look like, and what the income of those houses are going to look like. Then you need to layer on top the transportation, the access, how those people commute in and out of the town, and what their disposable income is going to be, and then explain why this site is the best site. King Soopers, when they went into Reunion, they looked a long ways out, and they knew that was going to be a good site, and the store does very well. If you want to attract another retailer, another King Super, or another grocery store, or any other type of retail, you need to have a specific plan to go about how you're going to locate, how you're going to get them, and how they're going to locate in your community, and be strategic about it.
So putting residential development on key thoroughfares in the city, how does that impact commercial development within that city?
As long as you don't put it along abutting the streets where you have the most likelihood of getting retail. I think retail is only going to locate in very specific places in Commerce City. And if, as David Foster previously mentioned, if you can go into your comprehensive study and update it and understand what opportunity you have for retail, and then go try and attract it to those corners, I think that will give you the best opportunity for success.
Right. So if you had a major thoroughfare that was 4 lanes, that was what predominantly a majority of the residents in that part of a community traveled up and down, you probably wouldn't want to put residential development directly on that road, correct?
If it's along a key corridor and it has good access, then yeah, access is another huge part of the component. The transportation, as I mentioned earlier, you know, a mid-block site is not as good as a corner site. A signalized intersection is much more valuable than a mid-block site. You know, the site that King's located on at Reunion at Chambers at 104th really was very predictable and easy to understand. You know, if you go further west on 104th, you can put residential close up against 104th, because it's hard to predict that you're going to get a lot more retail in some of those mid-block locations there.
Okay, great. Well, hey, I thank you for your insight this evening and your time. And seeing no other requests for questions for you, we'll let you go and bring on Jessica Ozor-Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Jessica, if you're in the meeting, you can raise your hand or use the *9 on your phone. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Jessica in the meeting.
Thanks, sir. We'll move on to Jessica Rojas.
Jessica Rojas, if you're in the meeting, you can raise your hand or use *9 function on your phone. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Jessica in the meeting.
Blanca Wavera.
Blanca, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function. Blanca. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Blanca in the meeting.
Thank you. Lastly, we have Myra Perez.
Myra, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Myra in the meeting.
I do see one hand raised over in the attendees.
It looks like that is Blake Fullenwider.
Okay.
Would you like me to move them over, Mayor?
Yeah, we can let him speak.
Blake, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
We can, yes, Blake.
Okay, apologies for not being on earlier. My computer died from waiting for the meeting to start. I just would like to speak up to request that the city vote down ordinance 2354. The city is already well behind on its review and approval of subdivision and plats as as exhibited by previous speakers. A delay in residential development will have the knock-on effect of delaying the development in commercial development. Retail locations where rooftops and customers live and work locate where customers and where rooftops and customers live and work. We need additional development to occur to overcome traditional retail, the traditional way retailers do their demographic searches by drawing a circle. This is a drawback to North Commerce City, and telling that story and overcoming that story as exhibited by the previous speaker is an important thing. I ask City Council rescind ordinance 2354 and or vote it down. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Fullenwider? Seeing none, we thank you for your time this evening. And thank you all for speaking with us tonight. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Members of the public were also able to submit comments online and by mail. No written comments were received by the deadline. If anyone wishes to speak at a future council meeting, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. Next on the agenda is noticed council business. I have a note to consider asking for a motion to amend the agenda to defer this item until the discussion of ordinance 2354, or amending the agenda after this vote to have discussion of ordinance 2354. But let's go ahead and just move on with the notice council business. We have a motion to rescind, bringing all subdivision approvals to council. Invite Councilmember Hurst to introduce his request and make a motion.
Yeah. So I'd like to make a motion to rescind ordinance 2354. And I'm happy to continue going on.
Continue. Ordinance 2354 has not been passed, so there would be no motion to rescind ordinance 2354.
The
Ordinance
motion,
2354
the motion.
is not been discussed yet. If you would like to make a motion to rescind something, you're rescinding the vote that took
All right.
place.
I will make a motion to rescind, bringing all subdivision approvals to council.
A motion to rescind.
Ordinance 2354.
I have a motion to rescind the action by city council to bring all administrative subdivision approvals before council for public hearing. Councilmember Madera.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to do so. Let's open it up for discussion. Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I think I can identify a lot of similar issues as those that brought this motion forward. But I do admit that my path towards solving those problems is a different path. I think the first thing to call out is staff demand. I agree that we have opportunity to reconsider many things in our city, highlight a vision and create a space for future commercial and retail development that makes sense for the future of our city as we see it. But I don't think this is the path to do that. And I think the staff demand alone will have many unintended consequences of losing long-term planners with the city who have knowledge that it's going to be valuable for us moving forward. I don't think this fixes any of the underlying issues or concerns, and we'll have a hard time changing anything that's already in the process. I also think it's not just developers saying this. We paid $70,000 to have a retail consultant inform us that residential rooftop is the biggest factor for us towards commercial and retail opportunities. And I think, you know, the last thing that is we're creating a wedge where there doesn't need to be one. I really think this is a problem that can be addressed by the community, both the community of developers, the businesses and residents of this community can come together and find a solution without pinning ourselves against one another. I really think we can, if we did a good job pushing our vision forward of what we see Commerce City being, having the opportunity to fund the school system that we all want to push for, you know, locating retail and commercial opportunities in places that best serve our future residents and our current residents. And I think we just funded a massive project that's setting out to do that. And that is our comprehensive plan. And we're doing multiple comprehensive plans to feed the big city comprehensive vision. And I know I don't agree with people on this council all the time, but that's what makes this council more powerful. We're representing a very diverse community and we have very diverse views on this council, and that's great for the planning process. Many of us are not shy to push those ideas and views into the conversation, and that will make this planning process even better. But I think pausing it in the middle has far more unintended consequences for the long-term negative side effects for our city than it does positive. Again, I can see some of those same issues. I just have a much different path forward in terms of how we can fix this and get a handle on some of the issues that we all see.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Hurst. In that this is going to hurt Commerce City more than it's going to help. It's, you know, we're talking about bringing something in at the very end of the process when it's too late at that point. You know, we need to be doing this upfront when we're approving PUDs and evaluating them. And we need to give our staff the direction of what we're looking for and what we want to see when they're in talks with developers and creating those PUDs and those plans and what to bring forth to council. And then, you know, the biggest thing is the comprehensive plan. We have an outdated comprehensive plan that, we haven't really implemented. And now we have a new plan coming in that's going to be more accurate and more up to date in where we are now in terms of development and where, commercial development should go. But I think what we saw today was the development community is a small community. I mean, we had someone who's not developing in Commerce City who specializes in retail and commercial, who was speaking at our meeting, who had heard about this. So when you have developers talking, right, when you go start a job, and I don't know if other people do this, but it's big in the accounting world. You look at your friends who've either worked at the company or work there currently, and you ask them, hey, what's it like to work in this place? And so you get a feel for what you're walking into before you even step foot in that company or in that city. And this is not sending the right message. I mean, I was in the office Sunday morning, and you have planners working Sunday morning at the office already. So what are you going to do to them once you start increasing their workload? You have to, provide public notice and do more public hearings. You're just going to increase the workload. You're going to start losing our people, our planners, or just overwork them. Not to mention our meetings, right? Our meetings are going to be just approving plats now, because that's where this is moving us. And as far as transparency in the process, we have transparency upfront in the process, and I think we need education on how these how this development works through the process. It's a long drawn out process already, and I think that's part of the problem is people lose interest from when a project starts and you have public notice for the PUD approval to when you actually see development, several months. I think we heard 15 months was kind of what the timeline that we were looking at. It's hard as a citizen to stay involved and engaged. And now if we make that 18 months, it's going to be even harder to keep people engaged in that process. Another thing that constantly came up was housing costs and how those are going to increase. And we already know that housing not attainable. I mean, I can't obtain housing up there in Reunion area. And so, but increasing those costs is only going to increase the valuations of the surrounding homes that are already in existence. And when your valuation increases, so do your property taxes. And so in essence, we're getting to a place where we're driving up costs, and you got to ask yourself, for what? Why are we driving up costs? What do we want the ultimate outcome to be? And if the outcome is more commercial development, then this isn't the way to do it. All you're doing is just extending the timeline, driving up costs that are going to be passed on to people that are going to be moving Commerce City. And in the process, you're driving up everyone else's costs that are in the area. I mean, just look at Denver. Once the housing prices started going up, people's taxes started going up, and you price people out of their homes that they already lived in. And that's not what we want to do. At least I don't think that's the intention of this. And so when we're going back to talking about getting commercial, and one piece of it is telling the story of the city. That starts with us here on council. And I can't tell you how many times we're up here on council talking about how bad everything is in Commerce City. We talk about how it's polluted and our schools are at capacity and underperforming, and we're the ones who are driving this narrative. And so when we're putting out this image of Commerce City, the reason that we don't have commercial is basically our own fault, because we're not telling the story of how great Commerce City is. And that's what we need to start doing if we want to see commercial.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of what I wanted to say was already said by Councilman Madera and Councilman Hurst, so I won't belabor their points. Well said. And what I would add is that my concern is that we are swiftly losing staff in a lot of departments, but specifically in the planning department. And I think a good way to lose more is to take their right within their job to make administrative approvals, per criteria that's already laid out, and kind of second guess that. I think we need to put our trust in them and then change our policy from a higher level, give them different guidance if that's what we want. But I don't think calling every single case up sends a good message to not only the development community, but also to our staff.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just, everyone knows a lot of my history, been in Commerce City most of my entire life, actually. I was made in Commerce City. And, I actually have 3 subdivisions that are named after me in Commerce City. And all of them went through public hearings and public notice. And I strongly feel, that residents and constituents should have the opportunity to speak before developments occur. And I don't know when it was officially ever changed, but I do think residents, I think it's important, residents and my constituents should have the opportunity to be a voice and be notified, before any future developments occur. And I do think, at least since it's only until April, I think it should be looked at, and I will stick with the way I previously voted. Thank you.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Thank you, Mayor. I struggle with this one, just for the fact that there is some gaps in our process. And I think this is what happens when you see some gaps, when there's some frustration on the vision and the direction that council wants to go, and we see left and right turns from that vision and direction. And I struggle with it because I believe the people should have a voice. The people should have notice. The people should be aware. So I think, if anything, hopefully staff is taking notes on where we want to go, and listen to our residents where, obviously they feel that it's not transparent, right? How do we fix that? How do we move forward and make it more transparent and make it easier, right? They shouldn't have to search through 10 different websites to find something. And I know this council has worked on that with the website, because we've had residents tell us multiple times on multiple issues that it is hard to navigate our website. And that's a start, right? I do understand that this is going to take a toll on our staff. And our staff is the ones that working 8, 10, 12 hours. And that's not fair to them. I also understand that we're the ones that get beat up for decisions that happen on a staff level, on a policy level. We're the ones that get the emails and the texts and the phone calls. So I'm very torn between this. I think my conversations with Roger really explained how, it's a larger problem. This is not even a Band-Aid to the problem that I feel that let us decide how we want our city to look. Let the residents decide. The comp plan is one direction or one thing, but then when the comp plan happens, are we going to get these heavy hitters, these developers back at us, telling us another excuses of why not to do this, not to do that? Because at the end of the day, we have to live here, right? We have to live here. And sometimes I feel threatened by them, by saying, if we don't do this, we're not going to do that. And that's not a partnership. And many people on council and in the residents know that I'm all about compromise. We have to work together. And when you come in here telling us this and that, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth, saying, well, what do you really want? You don't live here. So I struggle with this because, you know, I think their voice is not going to be heard if we keep this, because they have to follow the rules and the ordinance we already have, right? We're not really changing anything. We're just making a process to come to us. They could speak out just like we do and like they do, but at the end of the day, we're kind of stuck with these policies that were before us. And maybe I'm wrong, and Roger, you could step in because you kind of explained it to me a lot better on how it you know, this is a deeper problem that we have to solve, and that this is not even a band-aid. This is, I thought it was going to pause it, but I think it might do more damage to projects that are in full swing right now, right? So, you know, again, I would want some clarification from staff on what the problem is, how we're going to solve this problem, because it is a problem. If we voted on it last or 2 weeks ago, how do we address the problem? So how do we address the real problem? And, you know, and how do we become good corporate partners, residential partners? I think my colleagues, a couple of them said, we all have to have a stake in it. And by coming in here with the big guys and threatening us doesn't make me feel any better voting this down, right? Instead of saying, hey, let's talk, let's sit at this table, and how do we become partners? You know, I'm over the rooftops. I thank the gentleman from Parker for his comments, because we've heard rooftop since I got on council, and you have Harry Center right up the street with no rooftops. You know, quit using that. Honestly, we have 40,000 residents up north. That's not changing anybody's minds, and it's not changing our residents' minds. I would agree with Oscar, and I've said it plenty of times before. You know, and finally we got a videographer. We have to tell our story. Myself and Jennifer Allen Thomas and Oscar Madera and Robin Smith are the longest sitting councilors in this council. We've seen Commerce City grow. We've seen the bad reputation that it's had. We've lived it, and we're still proud to sit on this council and live in Commerce City. So how do we tell our stories? And there's 1,000 more residents that have that same story because they love this city. And again, I think another thing why we did this Band-Aid, or why I voted, is because we keep telling staff, please, and nothing gets done sometimes. We get frustrated because we've asked for a videographer for 3 years. I'm on my 4th year, and we barely got it last year. Like, how do we tell that story? So, you know, where I think this is not the solution to the problem, I want to, before we vote, I want to hear the staff, how we could fix this or work to fix this. Comp plan is one, and I encourage all residents to get on there. But my biggest fear is once that comp plan gets done and we're doing another decision like this, all our big developer friends will be back in here telling us this other side of the story. So I don't know, Roger, I would like to see what your insight is on some possible solutions, some alternatives before I could vote on this. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you so much. This is actually the best thing that could have ever happened. I am truly, really excited that we're having this conversation, that we're discussing it in such a serious manner, that whatever we voted on 2 weeks ago got the attention of the developers big time, as you point out. The heavy hitters showed up to talk to us because this is not going well. Our residents have no clue, and I'm glad more than one person has brought it up, that these projects have administrative review. That's how they're approved. Administrative review, for any resident who is watching, means that the city council doesn't vote on it. We didn't vote for that project. We didn't vote for that one that doesn't have what you think it should have. We didn't see it. We don't even see a map that shows that, oh, there might not be a school there that we had hoped would be there. There might not be a park there that you thought would be in your subdivision. We didn't see it because we didn't vote on it. What do we vote on? We only vote on the outliers. We vote on the projects that a developer is bringing that needs something outside of the parameters, and then we get involved and they bring it to the city council. That's the only time we see it. Last week, I was at Denver International Airport for a meeting with where we were introduced to Phil Washington, the new head of the airport. Two people there, one a deputy city manager in another city, and an official at DIA, or DEN, as they call it now, said to me, oh my gosh, what is happening on Tower Road? There is so much building going on. I said, oh, good question. That is my district. That is my ward. And I don't necessarily always know. Let's take a look at something else. Let's talk about the comp plan. So we're talking about a comp plan that is in process. Hello, we had a comp plan in 2010 that was approved. That comp plan, the future land use map for the comp plan was not overlaid on our zoning. So I will show you. Okay, this is the future land use map. Councilmember Grimes got this future land use map just as I did when we both served on the oil and gas focus group. This map has lots of orange on it and lots of red, which indicates commercial. There's a lot on here. But here is the zoning map, which is very orange. Orange means a PUD. As Jason Rogers, our deputy city manager, and the former, who had previously been the head of our community development department, said when we were having this discussion 2 weeks ago that some of the council members were not here for, he said that the PUD is a kitchen sink. Yes, it is a kitchen sink. I call it a big wastebasket. But any way you look at it, it's any idea practically that a developer comes up with. So what are we left with? We're left with their choices. It's not just us. I think the city staff itself has an inferiority complex and accepts whatever development is offered to them. They never make any demands at all. I was talking with a friend of mine who's a city council person in Broomfield. And she was saying that Broomfield determines what the costs are and what has to be accomplished in commercial development in order for housing to keep going forward. So this is how they do it. The staff estimates that they spend $3,000 annually per rooftop. That's what a city spends. You know how much we get in property taxes. We get nothing, right? Basically nothing, a couple $100 of that. And then from the improvement districts, of course. And the residential property tax to the city of Broomfield is something like $1,800 annually. So we absolutely need businesses. They have a managed growth and development agreement for projects like Baseline. And as you know, Baseline is a McWhinney project on I-25, and McWhinney is interested in doing a project in Commerce City on the east side of E470. That MGDA, or the agreement, requires a certain square footage of commercial development before they can build more than X number of homes. We don't have that criteria. Why don't we have that criteria? Plus, there are triggers for when they need to build the police substation, the satellite library, etc. We don't even ask that. Why don't we ask that? We need to ask that. Commerce City is a very attractive place to build. It is full of wonderful people. It is open space that is dying for the right projects to come in. And I think that we need the right projects. We're looking at it based on the only criteria that is available to us, absolutely. But we don't have a future land use map overlay as one of the criteria. How could we not do that? So let's say, for example, the residents who came to us in Bonneview, who live in condos there, and were upset that industrial is going up next to them, warehouses. According to the future land use map, that was supposed to be office flex, not industrial. But we don't use the future land use map that was created in 2010. As Councilmember Guardiola points out, just because we're doing a comp plan now, who's to say it's going to be applied in the future? One of our residents said earlier this evening that she talked about transparency. I completely agree. We talked about this earlier. Several of you have mentioned the need, Councilmember Alan Thomas and Councilmember Guardiola mentioned the need to have residents be able to weigh in. We need to have the public weigh in on the development. The retail consultant that came to see us about supermarkets and quote unquote rooftops also said everybody wants to build on 104th. And what do we have on 104th? We just approved a PUD amendment that put homes on 104th in Reunion Ridge. And there are apartments at 104th and Landmark that are built on 104th. I thought, wow, what's happening? How do we fix this for Commerce City? I see all the comments on social media from residents, and residents come up to me and talk with me about it. And they're saying, what are you doing? And I'm saying, you're absolutely right. What do I say to them? We don't vote on it, so I don't know. Yes, we need to vote on it. It's for 6 months, and the public needs to be able to see this firsthand. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yes, there's been quite a bit said since I talked out. So just want to chime in on a couple of the points made, because I think we're leaving out significant portions of the argument. You know, we say, you know, we're tired of hearing rooftops. Development's not a one track thing. It's access, rooftops, and a vision. We heard that tonight. We heard that from consultants that we paid to tell us that. We don't have access. We live way off of the beaten trail. Pena Boulevard takes you to the airport or takes you to Reunion or Green Valley Ranch. I-76, that's 12 to 15 stoplights away. So we don't have the access that Prairie Center was built on. Prairie Center was built on access and vision. It didn't have the rooftops, but it had 2 of the 3 major important aspects of retail development. So we try to compare ourselves all the time. We've had people telling us over and over again how to get retail development, and we're too hard-headed to allow that to sink in, that is what we need. We don't have the vision. I just heard for the last 10 minutes that we lack vision here. We don't even see out our own plans. Cool. Well, we just paid $1 million, basically 800,000 to set out to make a pretty good vision. That's what the comprehensive plan is for. I think public meetings, I think it's a huge disservice to the process to say that public meetings didn't happen. Public meetings have happened on every single one of these pieces of land. Yes, they're not happening right before construction starts, but that's because the public's not taking the risk of development. We don't have a say at that point. Once loans are cut and all the process for the bank is done, we don't get to talk. We don't get to say that anymore. And this is right at that point. And so this is right at the final decision-making point. Tons of money has been invested into the development process. And to walk in and think that we have the authority to pull the rug out by requiring additional pieces to every project that were not part of the original plan for the loans and everything else that goes into it, we're passing on not only time, but an incredible amount of cost to the home buyer. Because no matter how much we hate development or not, nobody's building houses for free. And it's not just developers who are making money off this, it's banks, it's all the subcontractors, it's it is a major part of our economy. And so for us to just think, oh, we're developers are doing great. Well, every single person in the supply chain of building a house is doing pretty good right now. That's because the demand is extremely high. It's not their fault. The market's demanding that. So to put ourselves up against the developers is not going to be the answer for me ever. I'm not saying let's roll out the red carpet and listen to everything they have to say. We have a piece in this, but it doesn't mean it has to be an argumentative one. And that's my pitch forward is, if we move to rescind this motion, I honestly think the next motion that comes right after that is a motion for a study session or a special meeting to discuss vision and next steps in our comprehensive plan. And if it's to accelerate the timeline off the contract we agreed upon, by all means, I'll support that. But stopping this in the middle, when we don't even have the ability to go back and change anything, isn't going to answer any of the problems that we just heard that everybody has with this. It doesn't address any of those underlying. And really, I have one last point, but how many of those acreages, we saw those great maps, and I know I've seen those as well. Can I ask how many of those commercial dedicated acres on the comprehensive plan from 2010 have been developed? A lot. I mean, we had one of the most successful projects in Colorado right off Tower Road. One of the most successful commercial products in Colorado. How many have been changed to residential from the red to the orange and the PUD? How many acres have been changed? We don't even know. We're just complaining because the maps don't match up. I mean, we don't even have that data. So we could be fighting about something that's not even happening. Visually, there's a lot of stuff happening. We want to see more restaurants come up. We want to make sure our kids are educated in a setting that we can all be proud of. I'm on board with that. I'm on board with really diving in, rolling up our sleeves and making a huge imprint on this community for the next 10 years by getting our comprehensive plan right. But to stop that today isn't getting us there. It actually removes relationships that we need to build a good comprehensive plan and pulls the rug right out from under those. Let's build partnerships. Let's work with Denver. Let's talk to them about development on Tower Road and how that impacts future DEN development. And are we going to be fighting them in court over noise violations and everything else? That needs to be talked about. It's a regional impact. But this doesn't solve that. Till April, what are we doing till April? We're studying, we're focused on getting a new council going until April. So then it's going to get extended until May and then June, because you potentially have people who don't even know what they're doing getting on council, and it takes time to get traction before any type of anybody's gonna be comfortable voting on something this large. To me, this is identifying some critical problems and taking an approach that's not going to solve those. That's why I brought up the motion. I hear you loud and clear. I think development can be better planned. I think there's a great opportunity to work with larger regional from a Dr. Cog standpoint, from an Aerotropolis standpoint. So we can factor in all of those things that need to be taken into account. But that's not going to happen between now and April. That's a planning process, very defined planning process that we pay people quite a bit of money who have gone to college and gotten master's degrees in that. That's who we hired to help us with this. And that's the process that we're going through right now. But pausing this doesn't even align with that timeline, so it's pointless. If we want to have public meetings about how this process works, I'm on board. Let's go back to the Citizens Academy. Make that a whole topic there. I'm good with that. But right now, this isn't an educational opportunity. This is shutting something down, not addressing the causes we're saying. It's just a cost prohibitive development ban that's going to be passed on to our future consumers and to our current ones, honestly.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I wanted to just address some comments that Councilmember Noble made, and I think she made a great point that Broomfield has some land development code that triggers police substations and satellite libraries. These are the types of policy issues that'll get us to where we need to be. And the bringing the subdivision approvals, we still have to evaluate them against the same 9 criteria as staff. So, this isn't the way. I think, brought up a great point that we need to start looking at some of those triggers to make sure that we're catching up and really, have that discussion on, what we want to see and how we get there, not just going through the motion of approving subdivisions, because I think we're just going to be disappointed at the end of the day when, all the subdivisions meet the criteria and then now a city council is approving them just 3 months later. So, I think that's a great point. And also with the police substation, if the voters support our ballot initiative for 6A and 6B, we can hopefully do that. And there's one thing I took exception with, and that's saying that our staff have an inferiority complex. We've already lost so many staff, so many great staff while we've been on council. We don't need to talk like that about staff or about anyone really. If we have an issue with a decision, we can discuss that. People make mistakes. I don't know anyone who hasn't, but please refrain from the name calling.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for those comments, Oscar. The only thing I would say is, again, Councilman Hurst, nobody hates development. And you saying that just because we don't agree on a decision, saying we hate development is not fair, right? That's what, again, doesn't bring all the partners to make this quality community for a lifetime, right? Because there's not one or the other, and that's the big problem. And I think that's where, again, like, no one's hating development. We all, and I truly believe that all 9 of us want the best for Commerce City. We do. But again, firing off that we just because we hate development, and this is not fair. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Councilmember Noble.
I just want to reiterate that the future land use map plan, the overlay, was developed in the 2010 comp plan. And that was a demonstration of what residents were looking for then. That's what they wanted to see. I want to ask staff to answer now. What are the 9 criteria used for approvals on plats? Mr. Tinklenberg, Mr. Sheasley, are you there?
I'd be happy to pull them up if you'd give me a moment. They're included in the last agenda item, but I can pull them up briefly.
Okay.
For final plats.
Or that applies in this case.
No, I was pausing as I searching through our code section, just getting to the right thing. So I was saying for final plats, final subdivision plats, is section 213241 of the Land Development Code, and section 3 identifies the approval criteria. that says, and is the request for me to read all of these?
Yes.
Final plat may be approved if the decision maker, which is the community development director and an administrative approval, or the city council, if it is called up, if the decision maker finds A, the subdivision is consistent with any approved rezoning concept plan or PUD zone document. B, the subdivision is consistent with and implements the intent of the specific zoning district in which it is located. C, there is no evidence to suggest that the subdivision violates any state, federal, or local laws, regulations, or requirements. D, the general layout of lots, roads, driveways, utilities, drainage facilities, and other services within the proposed subdivision is designed in a way that minimizes the amount of land disturbance, maximizes the amount of open space in the development, preserves existing trees / vegetation and riparian areas, and otherwise accomplishes the purposes and intent of this land development code. E, the subdivision complies with all applicable city standards and does not unnecessarily create lots or patterns of lots that make compliance with such standards difficult or infeasible. F, and this is a two-parter with an or in the middle of it, the subdivision either will not result in a substantial or undue adverse effect on adjacent properties, traffic conditions, parking, public improvements, either as they presently exist or as they may exist in the future, as a result of the implementation of provisions and policies of the comprehensive plan, this land development code, or any other plan, program, or ordinance adopted by the city, or the subdivision, any adverse effect has been or will be mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. G, adequate and sufficient public safety, transportation, utility facilities and services, recreation facilities, parks, and schools are available to serve the subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of service to existing development. H, a development agreement between the city and the applicant has been executed and addresses the construction of all required public improvements. And I, as applicable, the proposed phasing plan for the development of the subdivision is rational in terms of available infrastructure capacity.
Thank you. That is actually excellent for us to hear all 9 of those, and for the community here to hear all 9 of those also. Because what was one of the items? Schools, another transportation. Now we know that rooftops, quote unquote, are outpacing schools right now, or rooftops are outpacing desks, however you want to express it. That we're just allowing these willy-nilly without saying that, nope, we do have to pace it. Maybe the 15 months it's taking right now needs to be that long because we don't have the schools in place. And what if there's a bond issue? Then what happens? Now, I'd like to know whether those final 3 items are being contemplated and discussed when they're being administratively approved, because they're extremely critical in terms of quality for a lifetime community. If we don't have the schools, if the roads aren't right, et cetera, then that is a huge problem. You'll also note that Mr. Sheasley did not mention future land use map. I spoke to someone in another city last week, and he said that he was, well, pretty much shocked that it doesn't include future land use map. That would be the next thing I would do, is to add that as one of the criteria. Mr. Tinkleberg, your hand is up, and I did want to ask you a question also.
I was trying to wait until most of the comments were done by council before weighing in, but
yeah, I understand. I just wanted to know what is the per home cost to the city. I mentioned that earlier, that Broomfield had a per home cost that they had calculated. Do we have that calculation?
Not readily available, no. back in 2004, I had done a calculation that it would have taken a $4 million house to generate enough tax to pay for the services it received from the city, based on our current mill levy, which is 3.28. So I don't know what it is today, and I would have to have staff research that.
Yeah, and we're one of the few cities in the metro region that pay. So that comes out of the property taxes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, I'm not going to change my mind about the rescission, because I think that the rules that Mr. Sheasley read to us need to be part of the consideration. When I attended the due process seminar that CIRSA, our risk legal firm, presented, one of the things that was suggested, that when these hearings are held, that those whatever our conditions are put up on the screen so everybody can see them and that they'll know what we're dealing with. He also said that land use and planning is one of the top 2 jobs of a city council. And if we are having the staff make all the decisions, except on rare occasions when they come to us for a quasi-judicial hearing, then we're actually not being responsible in our jobs. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I appreciate that exercise too, because it clearly showed that none of us have the expertise to be doing any of this approval. I would consider myself a transportation expert simply because I've worked in transportation for 15 years almost, but I don't have the expertise to approve a transportation plan for a development. Nobody on our staff or on city council has the approval to tell the schools how much they need to build. Who has the sole planning authority for schools? Do we have any? So I thought it was all 27J. And how many projects have they denied because their numbers are showing that they won't be able to support those projects? I mean, 0 that we know of, but that would have been a big deal. So I'm going to go with their planning experts and their school board's decision-making authority to allow for this development to keep happening, because I think we saw clearly in those 9 that they have a say every time. So do our partners in fire and water. They all have a say. If they can't support it, they need to tell us. They're either elected or appointed to their positions to tell us when it's too much, to tell us to slow down, to tell us to put on the brakes, and not a single one of us approach us. They all have plans. They're all collecting revenue by every new household that we build as well. Whether that 27J needs more money or Adams 14 needs more money to support their district, I'm all ears with what we have authority on. But yet I've been on council 2.5 years, and we've had countless meetings, maybe not countless, maybe not as many as we should, sounds like, with 27J, but we've had several meetings with 27J. And not once has the development fee come up as a solution that they see for their issues. It's one that we created. So, I would, if that's the case, I think Commerce City has enough to offer where we can find fee solutions that will still allow development to happen here successfully, not at no cost, not at no cost to the consumer. Each cost is passed to the consumer, and we're lying to ourselves if we don't think that. And then some of these ideas, some are great, but I don't know the expertise of the person that you're talking to. And second of all, are there any motions that come behind that? Because I'm definitely never going to agree on a pause with no solution. I haven't heard one thing that says how we find the solution, how we can get all 180 developments minus the commercial ones in and change everything that we want to change successfully. There is no path towards that. So what is this for? Where should we really be focusing our efforts? Because I agree with the person Susan said, that this is on our top 2 roles on city council. And shame on us, because we've spent the last 2 years not focused on this. We've all been on this council together for 2 years. We haven't spent it on changing land use development or zoning or fee structures or getting in front of some of these issues that our community sees. We're pointing the finger now at staff and others but in reality, we have had the opportunity to address this for the last 2 years. This could have been our sole priority. We could have put all focus from city staff, both from a legal and an operational perspective, on cleaning this up. We didn't. We prioritized other things. I still think we've done good work, but that we can't say that this is the biggest issue in our city and then we've done nothing about it. I mean, and then to throw the brakes on development that could help this actual issue that we're all talking about here seems speaking out of both sides of our mouth. And that's, I do apologize, Councilman Guardiola. I don't think anybody said here that they hate development. But as we move through our conversation and we feel threatened by their reaction to our actions, it feels like we're on a different page is all. Not just us 9, but us and what development truly is trying to do in our city. So yes, I think Commerce City is the key to the success of Colorado. It is. I'm super proud to live in a blue collar community that we do. I think if you shut down Commerce City, all 4 corners of the state feels that in 3 days, because our supply chain starts and finishes here. And this is a city that I'll always be proud to represent. But when we want to take the holistic picture, we're comparing apples to oranges. When we're talking about comparing ourselves to Broomfield, well, we don't live in the foothills with very limited space to develop. We live in a massive growth area. We live in a time where the housing crisis is caused by demand. The market is not meeting those demands simply because we can't bring equipment, supplies, and labor to the problem fast enough. And as we delay that more and more, those costs will be passed on and those opportunities will go by. Not because someone's threatening us, because that's what the market's going to demand. There will be houses built somewhere else. The retail and commercial will follow those houses. If we find opportunities for access, such as 120th interchange over 120th flyover over 85, and some of those regional connectors that give us better access to our community on top of these generating new rooftops, yeah, we have a vision that we can sell now. And when we talk about 104th, we're leaving out Highway 2 as a huge opportunistic corner that has been called out by actual commercial developers as an opportunity for another grocery store, because it's not right down the street from our other major grocery store. So there's also 104th and Tower, and beyond that, there are opportunities that I think our comprehensive plan can call out, and we can reserve that for great commercial accessible use through zoning changes, through fine-tuning PUDs and making them more opportunistic. But the other side to this is our growth is in a ton of commercial opportunity, even in manufacturing. If you look at that growth area and what Councilwoman Noble held up, there was so much commercial opportunity still to be had out there. And again, I think commercial developers and residential developers aren't driving on the same road, but they're going in the same direction. And for us to stop any of that without coming to the table with solutions and kind of an olive branch to try to find solutions moving forward, I know that's not the message this city's trying to push. I know we want appropriate development, but again, I think this sends a message, no matter how we put a bow on the message, that's not the message we're trying to send. We're putting lipstick on a pig and it ain't working. And so I'm going to tell you that the unintended consequences of this We'll still be development. We'll still have development. Look at a map. There's not too many places to build, but it's not going to be cheap. It's going to be even less attainable because regulations adding costs to that, not just us at the state and at the federal level. We're not the only ones knocking on the door for more money. So inflation, CPI, all of that factors into all this. And that's really what gets me most kind of done up about this is we couldn't pick worse timing. Last thing I got is I don't think this is the right move for our staff and for us to take away the expertise that they've developed. We set the parameters for them to approve. So let's focus on changing those, not pausing what's happening. Let's focus on setting those parameters again. I'm not opposed to many of the opportunities and discussions that Councilwoman Noble has put forward. I think she has a great vision that we have to find out how that works in Commerce City. It can work in Broomfield. It can work in Loveland. It can work all the way up the Front Range. All of them have different scenarios than us. So we have to make it work for Commerce City. I'm 100% on board for that, but I think the path is let's invite our citizens in. Let's invite our developers in. Let's lay the problems that we see on the table. Let's have design charrettes. Let's have planning processes. We're paying someone to do all that already. That's going to be at no cost. That's what's already in our contract to do. And so I really think we need to take advantage of what's in front of us.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of really good discussion, and Councilmember Hurst said a lot of what I'd like to say again. So thank you, Councilmember Hurst. I would like to make a motion to call the question.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to speak yet, so I don't appreciate you taking the motion to call a question. I've let everybody have their conversation and go back and forth, and you doing so does not provide me the opportunity to give my feedback. And so I don't appreciate that motion. There's a motion on the table. Is there a second for that? I'm gonna need to see a physical hand on that because there's other hands that are up. There is no second motion to call for the vote, therefore the motion fails. Council, Mr. Tinklenberg.
Thank you, sir. There were a number of comments and questions that I was asked to respond to. Number one, the criteria is set by council. It was set when the Land Development Code was adopted. Staff cannot vary from that criteria. The judgment on whether a subdivision meets those criteria or not has to be evidence-based. In other words, we need information from whether it's the school district or the fire district. Does it, are they able to support it? And again, it's not based on staff whim. The staff is not in the pocket of developers. I find that comment highly offensive. If we found a staff member doing that, they would be terminated. I want to make that very clear. So that is not something that occurs. And I don't appreciate people making such a slanderous allegation. So the LDC, the Land Development Code, sets out the criteria. That's where the work needs to occur. Basically, staff is limited to that criteria. We can't make a judgment call if we think that, oh yeah, there's just not enough capacity in the schools. The school district gets to review all of those subdivisions. They're the ones that have to tell us, no, we don't have capacity. That's not a judgment call that we can make. And so when I sent an email out to council last week, the point I was making is council is basically limited to the same criteria as staff is if you wanted to do a subdivision review. It's a check the box type of exercise. Is it conforming to the criteria that are set out? So that leads me to the third point in terms of exactions. exactions, which is what we're talking about when we talk about, well, they need to build a roadway, or they need to contribute to traffic signals, or they need to do this or that. Those exactions have to be based in law. And again, that comes back to the impact fees and other fees that are set by council. I was appointed in May. Shortly after that, I appointed the 2 deputy city managers to permanent roles. One of the first conversations that we had is we need to be focused on the future financial sustainability of the city, of the community. The city is part of the community. City council enacts the laws and the staff carries out those in the best way possible that we're able to serve the community. And so if we're not generating enough revenue to do what council asks for, it's no longer sustainable in the long term. And so one of the first things we did was talked about how do we focus on financial sustainability. And out of that conversation, Jason initiated the fee and impact fee study. And some of that has already come back to you. The road impact fees were discussed with you, and the drainage impact fees were discussed with you. So that's part of the process that we have to go through to work on to make sure that the development that's occurring pays enough of the cost that this community is sustainable. Another point I would make is that notice is given to council on all subdivision cases. It's sent out via an email with the documents attached. One of the things we can do is we could extend the length of that notice so you have more time. Another thing that we could do is look at how those are published, so it is more transparent to the community. Those things can be done, but don't give the impression that council doesn't see them. You have the opportunity to see every one of them. That's what gives you the opportunity to call up any of those cases. Again, that's the power of the city council. You can say, there's a problem I see with this one. We need to call it up for public hearing by council. So you have that power now. The motion that you entered into on October 4 simply called all of them up, without going through them one by one. So it has the same legal basis. And I think the city attorney has pointed that out to you. There was a question about acreage. We would have to research that. Don't have that data at our fingertips. There was also a question about what can we do? I have some notes from Jason because we had a conversation shortly after the vote on October 4. One of the steps that can be taken is better phasing of non-development lands so that all the residential land doesn't get to be developed first. In other words, what's the ratio of development that's going to occur? Another thing that we can consider is putting a percentage maximum or minimum on the residential and non-residential land. Again, trying to keep things in balance. Now, one thing I'll point out with that, we may have a subdivision where it's not advantageous to put non-residential. It may truly belong having all of the residential 100%. So again, we have to look at that and dig into that deeper. We may need to carve out certain uses for certain properties. And that's where, as pointed out, that's where tying the LDC to the land use plan is a crucial connection that needs to be made. And that again, that has to be done part of the comprehensive plan update and update to the LDC. And then another fourth item would be requiring infrastructure work to be complete to create shovel-ready non-residential land. In other words, when they develop the residential portion, that they also put in the infrastructure for the commercial part, so that's ready to go. But again, we need a basis in law to be able to require that. Let's see. combining PUD districts with alternative based zoning district or districts. So right now, as it was termed, PUDs include the kitchen sink, and that's very true. So again, in the land development code, we have an opportunity, and I think a dire need, to narrow the focus of what goes into a PUD. In other words, not allow these really broad ones anymore, but really start to dig into, okay, what acreage, what location is going to be commercial, what acreage is going to be residential, that type of thing. But again, that's going to take a lot of research to make sure that we are consistent with law and case law. So those are real quick, 5 items that Jason had laid out with me when we discussed. Another thing that Jason and Jenna have been working on for some time is a development proffer that will basically lay out some of those type of requirements. So until we have a basis in law, if we can use the proffer to get the developer to agree to certain things that are going to be done, then we can move forward on that. That wouldn't require a change in law immediately, as I understand it, but certainly would want to have it bolstered in law later on. So those are some quick responses to a number of comments, and an attempt to answer some of your questions. Be happy to dig into that further with any of you.
Okay, before I go out for another round of comments, need to mention that we are on tap to end this meeting in 26 minutes unless we have a motion to extend it. Councilmember Hurst.
Mayor, I was just going to ask to recognize that I don't think Councilwoman Grimes was trying to eliminate your ability to speak. Your hand isn't raised like everybody else. We see the emoji of that hand, and we wouldn't try to talk over you and not allow for that. But to me, that's a bit uncalled for, because there's no rule that says you have to speak to the end or we have to allow speak to the end. I'm perfectly okay with that happening. But without that, I mean, I think it needs to be recognized that she wasn't trying to stop you from communicating on this.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. One of the things that I'm really going to hope and that we do with the new city council is make sure that everybody is taught how to do this. So Mr. Tinkleberg says, well, you do have those maps. You do know what's going on. Well, guess what? That's not explained to us. It needs to be explained to us when we first come on city council, that this is what you're getting and this is what you could do. And if we can, for orientation, I would love to have the sitting council members actually be part of the orientation to talk about things that they've learned in the process that a new council member should know. Because at least in council member Frank's ward, there will definitely be a brand new person. So that will be important. I'm looking at the subdivisions that come through our email. Today is the 18th. I don't know why people have said, there's just too many for us to deal with. Today is the 18th. The last notification we got for a subdivision was on October 1st. And that was for industrial on 96. That wasn't even residential. So I don't know that there are particularly a lot of demands on this. I am wanting to ask Mr. Sheasley, please, if how we would go about adding future land use map overlay as one of the criteria.
If you're asking simply about amending the land development code, that's done through an ordinance. I don't follow what you mean by adding a future land use map overlay to a criteria. I would just note that you did note that the land use map is not listed as one of the criteria. The comp plan and other plans are listed as part of one of the alternative criteria where it splits into 2 options. as far as the adverse impact on, I believe it was infrastructure as it currently exists or may exist in the future as shown in the comp plan. I've not done any research in that, so you want to have sufficient research to make sure that you're not changing the uses that are allowed by zoning and affecting rights that people have in property. And then I also want to make you aware that to the extent that a property has vested rights or in their annexation agreement specifically, there are some limitations on what changes can be made to law that will affect some properties throughout the city. But yeah, the short answer is you would amend the land development code by ordinance.
Okay, great. And I would like to add that you brought this up to me a couple of weeks ago as a possibility to add a future land use map. And then, of course, I was talking with someone in another city, not in Brookfield, but one of our neighboring cities, who said that they do use future land use as one of their criteria. So I was just hoping that you could explain further what you were talking to me about on the telephone.
If you were referring to what we were talking about, I believe I was talking about changing the zoning criteria so that when you're addressing it at the zoning phase, you attempt to align the zoning or rezoning more closely with what the comp plan designation is, not at the subdivision process, though, not at the subdivision level.
Well, the problem is, though, if we have all this orange, which is a PUD, that is a zone that needs the specificity that comes from the future land use.
Well, I think the determination was made at the time of adopting those zone districts, many of which were adopted prior to the 2010 future land use plan that you're talking about. I think the determination was made by the city council, by the people sitting in your positions, that the zoning was appropriate, regardless of what the land use plan said. And as you'll see in most, I believe most land use codes, when you're talking about zoning, you're talking about consistency with land use, with your future land use map, not conformance, not exact conformance.
Well, consistency would be good because it does show the 104th corridor as mixed use commercial. So that would actually be good, even if it didn't conform. If it was consistent with the map, that would be very useful. So
consistency is in the eye of the person making the decision, though. I think that's just, we have to remember, we're not looking at this in isolation. We're looking at 20 years of land use decisions that you're making here. Thank you.
Yes, and that's why I think that that we have a role to play. I would like to hear Mayor Huesman's comments also, as Mr. Hurst mentioned.
Councilman Guardiola.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say thanks, Roger, for those options. I think that gives us some options to the solutions that I was seeking. My next question is, do we have to motion for all that for a study session? What goes on after? So thank you, Roger.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
I can wait till the end of this discussion, but I was going to make the motion to extend the meeting.
Thank you. We'll capture that after this agenda item is finished, hopefully. Thank you. All right, a lot of comments tonight. A lot of comments came from both sides of the fence during public communication. Something that I've grown very passionate about. It's something that really started thinking hard about back around May. June really started having conversations about what is the future for Commerce City Hold right now. And I have grave concerns over the direction that we are going. And this is one of those steps of trying to get the direction into a sustainable manner. One of the things that keeps being brought up is, what's this going to do to future residents? Absolutely. What's it going to do to future residents? But you know what I'm worried more about right now? I'm worried about the current residents. Worried about the current residents that right now have bond measures out there to fund new schools, mill levy increases to increase the school funding, bond measures to allow us to take out bonds to put in regional infrastructure projects that are gravely needed in the northern part of the city. And it doesn't even begin to cover everything that is needed. We haven't even begun to come up with how we're going to fund overpasses over US 85. But how do we do that? And that's a huge thing. There was a comment made about, these houses bring additional tax revenue to the city. That's been debunked. We know that's not the case. We're collecting $120 a year in property taxes to the city. We're spending over $185 a year just in trash alone. And that's before we ever send a snowplow down a street. That's before we ever send an officer out to respond to something. That's before we ever staff up our Bison Ridge Recreation Center, Eagle Point Recreation Center, and all the other places that need that. And the parks and the park maintenance and everything that goes with it. So every house that we're building, we are losing money. We are hemorrhaging money on every single house, hemorrhaging that money. We keep talking about the comp plan. Absolutely, the comp plan, great. I'm so glad that we're updating it and everybody is really engaged. And it seems like in all the outreach events that we've had taken place, it seems like people have really been involved in trying to say what their vision is. Here's the problem. Land Development Code does not require conformance with the comp plan. That's the way it currently sits right now. There was a question brought up about how many acres of land was converted from commercial to residential. The entire section of 103rd Avenue South to 96th Avenue along Tower Road on the west side was supposed to be commercial mixed use corridor. It is all houses. There's not a single bit of commercial out there. There was a comment made about how we have had the most successful commercial project on Tower Road. We don't have any commercial tower on Tower Road short of a single Starbucks, a Sonic, and a 7-Eleven gas station. The most successful project we have is all industrial. It's car parking lots for the airport. It's distribution warehouses. It's 1 million square foot distribution warehouse that is going out, but none of it is commercial. Not a single bit of it. So that's that. There seems to be this perception that we're pulling the rug out from underneath developers by doing this. Nothing says that coming before city council and having a public hearing is an automatic denial of it. Nothing says it's an automatic approval. It says we are going to listen to the case and see whether or not it meets criteria. It says we are going to allow residents who want to be involved in their government to weigh in on the project, to say, hey, I appreciate that they're trying to do this, but have you considered this? Have you considered that? Why is it that in that 2010 comp plan that you had that said on Potomac or on 104th Avenue between Potomac and Revere, it was supposed to be mixed use commercial corridor and it's all houses now? Why is it that the developer came forward and said, hey, between Blackhawk and Potomac, I want to build apartments now? Why is it that a section at Landmark and 104th that was supposed to be commercial, that is PUD'd, is now an apartment complex? So we've seen over and over where property that was designated for either mixed use commercial and residential or commercial is straight residential now. And don't the voters have a right, don't the residents have a right to stand there and say, hey, you know what? I really have an issue with this. I take issue. I want my voice heard. Absolutely correct. You know what? We get emailed those administrative subdivision cases. Typically, I screenshot them and try to post them out there on social media and let people know that that's the way it is, because they deserve a right to have the ability to go in there. But let's talk about some failures that we did have whenever it came to administrative subdivision. There's a storage unit at 120th and Chambers that should not have been built there. That is an industrial facility sitting in a commercial plat. Should not have been built there. The administrative subdivision process failed the resident by putting that there. And then who was it up to? It was up to the city council members to go back and amend what needed to be there. And the first time we went to do it, it failed. And then we had to go right back in and do it over again, and our hand was tied in so that we had to approve it post facto. So the administrative subdivision process is not infallible. One of the criteria is rational phasing for infrastructure. Great. Do we have rational phasing for infrastructure? How many of you shop at King Soopers on 104th Avenue on a Sunday afternoon? I'll show you right there. There is no rational phasing for infrastructure. The development fee hasn't come up. Yeah, it has come up. As a matter of fact, development is not paying their way. That's the reason why we have been asked over and over to increase the impact fee. The other week and last week was not the first time we've talked about impact fees. We've talked about it before. That's not the first time we heard about how dire we are whenever it comes to drainage. So development in Commerce City is not paying its way. So now we have a $326 million shortfall when it comes to just drainage alone. What is one of the reasons why we have gone out to voters and asked for approval of 6A and 6B for drainage projects, so that we can get some of those drainage projects done? So therefore, every one of these subdivisions is actually putting a burden on those voters, every single one. And don't those voters, don't those residents have the right to stand there and say, do you really think this is the best thing for our community in this spot at this time? I believe they do. I believe that everybody has a right to come to us and speak in a public hearing. And it is not that we're going to be so burdened with these cases, because again, when was the last time you got an email about a residential administrative subdivision case coming forward? I don't know that anybody can honestly answer when that is. We absolutely need land development code updates. Absolutely. No doubt about it. We need to change what it is that we are requiring as criteria. We need to make sure that any development follows what the comp plan says, is conforming to it. We need to make sure that we are providing the community that the residents want. And that's not the residents that may or may not come buy a house in Commerce City. That's the residents that live in Commerce City today. And those are the ones that are continually being neglected with this conversation. The bit about housing being affordable in Commerce City. You know, when you look at the total cost of the mortgage payment, it's not. You may have a mortgage payment that may be a couple $100 less because your house was maybe 10 to 20 to 30, $40,000 less than the surrounding community, but you lose every bit of that when you pay the highest mill levy in Adams County. You lose every bit about that when you pay the highest mill levy in this area. You lose that. So you can't come to me and tell me you're affecting attainable housing. I'm not affecting attainable housing. You know what's affecting attainable housing is a model that requires people to put those on their taxes instead of in their mortgage payment. That's what's affecting that. And it's disingenuous because you know what? You're absolutely right. Every $1,000 that you go out there and that you make the house price go up, you lose how many buyers? So what do? You take it off that and you hide it in the property taxes. And what happens when you purchase a brand new home and it's hidden in the property taxes? You're not paying property taxes on the developed piece of land. You're paying it on an undeveloped piece of land. And so when you get your notice of disclosure, you're not seeing the true cost of what it's going to see. You know who else doesn't see it? The bank doesn't see it. And so people go out there and they purchase a home that is stretched their budget, and that's the most that their payment is going to allow. And then what happens in 2 years? In 2 years, they come and they yell at us because you raised our property taxes. We didn't raise your property taxes. The value of your property went up because now it is a developed piece of property. And now you can't afford the fact that your property taxes went up by $600 a month, and it's our fault. So there's a lot that goes on in the development community. And unfortunately, a lot of what's going on is taking advantage of the city because we are not charging enough in fees. It's taking advantage of the residents because the growth is outpacing what our schools are doing. The growth is outpacing what our commercial can do. The growth is outpacing what our roads can do. How many stoplights do we have on 104th Avenue now? We are outpacing. The growth is going too fast. That is just the reality of it. There is nothing wrong with us exercising our right to bring these cases before the city council and say, we'd like to have a public hearing on that. There's nothing wrong with that. Now we can go through and we can pick one by one and do it that way, or we can be the most efficient manner possible, which is one of our council policies to do to try to be as efficient as possible and say, for 6 months, we'd like you to bring them in for us. We'd like to have public hearings to allow residents the opportunity to speak, to allow residents' voices to be heard, to make sure that the development we are doing is consistent with those 9 criteria, to make sure that we are not putting an undue burden on the people who do live here, not the people that might purchase a house here. We have 9 minutes to go to get this agenda item done. Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I think there's some valid points there, but I again think it's still only one side of that. I hear what you're saying about costs. They're hidden one place or the other. You know, it's a mortgage impact. I bought a house they redlined the hell out of the Metro District and sat there and talked to me for 45 minutes about the impacts of that. I mean, thought that was a law in this city that we have to redline all of our metropolitan district tax burdens that are on everybody that lives up here. That was the first time I'd ever heard of that, but I got during closing a good lesson on that. So it just seems that at times this council's talked out of both sides of the mouth. When we were doing the 1,000-foot reverse setback in oil and gas, we cared a ton about who's going to live here in the future and not about the tax revenue that can generate for today. You know, now we don't care about who's going to live here in the future. We care about what's happening today. It's talking out of both sides of our mouth. I care about both. We all care about both. That's what I'm trying to get at. There are ways to do this in a more productive way, as the mayor was just saying. And I don't agree that it's this way, because we already have this method. If we have, I guess the best question is, what happens if we don't think it's aligned? We already know who's qualified to build the fact-based denial for that hearing, because we have to have the fact-based denial written and approved, or we're going to lose in court. So I just think, no problem. Let's talk about every development on city council so we can be as transparent, the most transparent city in Colorado. I have nothing that I think we need to hide. I just don't think this is the right step in the process for that, because at this point, the market decisions are done.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, Mayor brought up a lot of great points and even some solutions on how to solve them. I mean, you talked about fees, talked about policy, but not once did you say how this is going to help fix the problem that we have, other than we're going to have a public hearing to discuss the criteria. I think the issue is not the process, it's the criteria. We need to address the criteria. We need to address the land development code, none of which is being done here. And we need to address fees. So how about we work on doing that rather than doing this? That's just an arbitrary move in order to have this discussion. And I think, you know, that's what it all comes down to, is this is just a show of force to, you know, really force the hand of people to have this discussion. And, you know, when we can just address the actual matters at hand, and that is the policy, the land development code, and the fees, because you're absolutely right with all those issues that you brought up, but this does nothing to solve any of those.
Councilmember Noble.
Do not impugn my motives. Do not accuse me of calling staff names.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to rescind the vote that was done 2 weeks ago that would cause all subdivision approval and cases to be brought before the city council. Mr. Gibson, please do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
No.
Councilmember Noble,
No.
Councilmember Ordiola,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank,
Yes.
Mayor Huseman.
No.
Motion passes 5-4.
All right, I need a motion and a second to extend the meeting by 30 minutes. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to extend the meeting by 30 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please use the physical hand in the chat window in favor of extending the meeting. And that's going to pass 8-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Frank being the sole nay. Next up, we have a proclamation declaring the week of October 12th to 17th, 2021 as National Police Week in Commerce City. Mr. Clerk, please read the proclamation.
Whereas in 1962, President John F. Kennedy signed a proclamation which designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which that date falls as Police Week. Whereas currently tens of thousands of law enforcement officers from around the world converge on Washington, D.C. to participate in a number of planned events which honor those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. Whereas due to COVID-19, Police Week 2021 was postponed to a later date to assure opportunity for in-person attendance. National Police Week events were rescheduled to October 12th through the 17th, 2021. Whereas the National Police Weekend will offer the same honor, remembrance, and peer support as the extended National Police Week, while allowing law enforcement, survivors, and citizens to gather and pay homage to those who gave their lives in the line of duty. And whereas planned events, including honoring fallen officers from 2019 and 2020, now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City proclaims the week of October 12th through the 17th, 2021 as National Police Week, reaffirming Commerce City's commitment to celebrating those that serve our communities and have given the greatest sacrifice during National Police Week and throughout the year, expressing our sincere gratitude and appreciation for all law enforcement personnel who help create a safe, quality community for a lifetime.
Looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
Second the motion.
A motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring the week of October 12th to the 17th, 2021 as National Police Week in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, just want to highlight the fact that Detective Holland's name is being added to the plaque in Washington, D.C. this week. Saturday marked the 1-year anniversary of his passing, as well as Fanny Dominguez. And I just want to extend my condolences again to both families that have been impacted by that tragic event that took place. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand in the chat window to signify support of the measure, and that passes 9-0. We have another proclamation on the agenda declaring the month of October 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Commerce City. Mr. Gibson, please read the proclamation.
Whereas domestic violence is a serious crime that affects people of all races, ages, gender, and income levels, and whereas domestic violence is widespread in the United States, an average of 20 people experience intimate partner physical violence every minute. This equates to more than 10 million abuse victims annually, and whereas 1 in 3 Americans have witnessed an incident of domestic violence, and whereas despite tremendous progress, an average of 3 women in America die as a result of domestic violence each day. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men will experience domestic violence in their lifetime, and whereas children that grow up in a violent home are believed to be abused and neglected at a rate higher than the national average, and whereas families are indispensable to a stable society and they should be a place of support to instill responsibility and values in the next generation, and whereas domestic violence costs the nation billions of dollars annually in medical expenses, police and court costs, shelters, foster care, sick leave, absenteeism, and non-productivity, and whereas only a coordinated community effort will put a stop to this heinous crime, and whereas Domestic Violence Awareness Month provides an excellent opportunity for citizens to learn more about preventing domestic violence and to show support for the numerous organizations and individuals who provide critical advocacy services and assistance to victims. Now, therefore, the City of Commerce City, Colorado proclaims the month of October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and urges citizens of Commerce City to work together to eliminate domestic violence from our community.
Mr. Gibson, looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Make a motion to approve the proclamation as stated.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring the month of October 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please raise your physical hands in the chat window if you're in favor of the proclamation. It's going to pass 9-0. Next up, we have the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 6 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anyone on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda for discussion? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Councilmember Alan Thomas.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Will the city clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2348, an ordinance amending various sections of Article 4 of Chapter 5 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to add project types and construction thresholds eligible for building permit exemptions and to add technical footnotes and amended international codes previously adopted by reference. Ordinance 2351, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the city of Commerce City by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation grant in the amount of $16,800 for driving under the influence DUI enforcement efforts and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2352, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the state of Colorado Peace Officer Standards and Training Post Grant Funds in the amount of $3,603 for the support of law enforcement training equipment and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2353, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Adams County Open Space Grant Funds in the amount of $960,000 for the Monaco Park renovation project and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Resolution 2021-80, a resolution approving the Colorado Opioid Settlement Memorandum of Understanding related documents to the effectuate settlements. Resolution 2021-96, a resolution appointing members to designated boards and commissions of Commerce City. Councilmember Madera.
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes.
Councilmember Noble.
Yes.
Councilmember Wardiola.
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank.
Yes.
Mayor Huseman.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Thank you. Next up, we have a public hearing, resolution 2021-82, resolution adopting the 2022 budget. This time I'll open the public hearing. Does anybody on council wish to see the presentation? Seeing no request to see the presentation, Mr. Gibson, can you please let Mr. Douglas speak?
Steve, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, council. And it is late. Just want to make sure that the budget included, that it includes if the 6A or 6B doesn't pass, that you continue to fund those future projects by putting those funds in buckets. And so by over years times, you'll always have enough to get those projects going where they need to go. That's all I have to say. I was going to talk about this earlier, so I apologize that I didn't have what I needed to say. So that's all. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Douglas? Councilmember Noble?
I have a comment, but I didn't have a question for Mr. Douglas.
You. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to continue the public hearing to November 1st. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to continue the public hearing till November 1st. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to make certain and reiterate that it was confirmed today, since the budget isn't in front of us, it's not part of the package. You have to go on the website. If you're in the community, you can go on the website and read the budget, because we're actually talking about something that wasn't in our agenda packet. And on that, for that reason, I asked today about the Family and Seniors Navigator, and that position is included in the budget. But I also wanted specifics on what was included of the items that we had talked about during our budget sessions for the police department, so that the community would know. I was told that they're spread out among the budget and it would be difficult to look for, and I thought it would be important for the community to hear what was included for the police department, because we had asked for enhancements.
Councilwoman Noble, this is Cheryl Karstens, the Finance Director. I'm happy to address your questions. If you'll recall, the police department was asked to put together a wish list, and the police chief, along with his staff, prioritized that list, and we brought that information to you at the council retreat. Every item on that list was approved with the exception of one, and those items have been incorporated into the budget. We do put those in the appropriate areas, so I'll go through them in detail to make sure you know where to locate those. So a legal advisor was approved for the police department specifically. That position is going to be housed within the legal division. And then there were also 2 IT technicians that were identified and requested to be direct support for the police department. While that is going to happen, those will be supervised by IT staff, therefore they are part of the IT budget. The community policing specialist was located in the police department budget, the support operations division. 2 patrol service representatives are located in the police department budget, the patrol division. And then the mobile command post that was approved, that will be, the acquisition will be handled by the fleet department. So that was placed in the fleet department budget. And then there was money for recruitment and retention that was located in the police department budget in the support operations division. And then lastly, there were some dollars identified for retention and contingency in the amount of $65,000. And that portion is being located in the HR budget. So all of those items that council directed staff to incorporate into the budget have been placed there. They are part of the numbers that you see in the document online, as well as were included in the presentation.
I would
And
add-
which
Go ahead, ma'am.
one wasn't included? You
We
said
did
all
not,
but one.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. We did not include the modular office building. We didn't include specific dollars because we didn't have an exact price for that. While council did express a desire for staff to continue to work to address that, it was determined, and Mr. Tinklenberg, please correct me if I am mistaken, but we would identify funding at that time when we were closer to a decision and an actual cost was identified.
In addition to all of that, on if people want to look at the budget itself, on page 108, it lists the positions that Ms. Carson's listed, plus we're adding 10 police officers, 4 sergeants, and 4 marshals. So in total, if I recall correctly, this is something like 24 positions that were added in the police for the police department.
And
that is
I think-
correct.
I think some of the importance of that is that with the city's exponential growth, that we simply hadn't kept up with basic services. So this is good and very much appreciated. Thank you so much for detailing that. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
A motion and a second to continue the public hearing to November 1st. Asked for the city clerk to read the title, but I'm not sure why you would need to do so, Mr. Gibson.
I do not need to, sir.
All right, thank you. We'll do a voice vote, show of hands in the chat window. That's going to pass unanimously 9-0. Thank you. Next up, we have resolutions. Resolution 2021-97, a resolution in support of NIGID ballot issues 6A and 6B. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I might have missed this, but when is the anticipated information going to be more public? Didn't we talk about that last meeting?
There's information that was placed on the city website. I forget the exact day, it was last week. And I know there's a citizen committee out there promoting it at this point. And this resolution will be, posted published like other resolutions.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, can we just go over high level what these resolutions would do and what they'd be used for?
Are you asking about if the ballot measure passes, what they would be used for?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, there's let me pull that up here a second. It's a variety of things that were identified. Some of the big ticket items obviously are road improvements, such as widening Chambers, widening 96th Avenue, 112th Avenue, those type of improvements. Chambers Road itself is under pressure right now, particularly between 112th and 104th, but also south of 104th Avenue. We listed the police substation as one of the improvements that's also projected to be funded through these measures. Also, we're proposing a park around the Bison Ridge Recreation Center, and that will be an all-inclusive park as well. And proposing a trail along Second Creek to connect the southern part of the Northern Range all the way up to the Bison Ridge Recreation Center. Some drainage improvements along Second Creek, that type of thing. We've listed High Plains Parkway, Potomac Street, a number of streets. So the total of that came to 295 million. 6A basically broadens the authorization because currently the tax revenue may only be used for paying off debt. And this would allow us to pay for projects on an ongoing basis. And then 6B allows us to issue debt, allows the NIGID board to issue debt as the revenues would enable it to. In other words, as additional assessed value is built, then it would have the capacity to issue debt. So that debt would be issued in phases as projects need it. So that's the quick summary. Is that adequate for your purposes?
That was great. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2021-97. Councilmember Madera,
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2021-97 in support of NIGID ballot issues 6A and 6B. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I am generally supportive of this going to the voters for a vote. What I'm not supportive of is making a motion to ask our voters to vote yes. A couple of things come to mind. There's a metro district that is actually helping fund a major infrastructure project right now, and it calls into question why they should do that if there's potentially bond money for infrastructure improvements potentially coming. And now I know there's the possibility it doesn't pass, maybe it does. It just seems a bit of a conflict to put additional debt on the entire Northern Range when there are specific districts within it already funding projects like this. And so I'm having a little bit of a problem coming to terms with asking voters to vote for this, where some people may end up with extended debt in two different districts. So for that reason, I'm going to vote no. If this ordinance asked voters, if this was just to ask council to recommend that this go to voters for a vote, I could support that, but I can't support council asking for a yes vote.
If I could clarify, the type of projects that will be built by the NIGID, the General Improvement District, are not the same that would be built by a metro district. There are a few cases where there would be cooperation, where a metro district would fund a portion and the NIGID would fund a portion. And that's done where a metro district is building it, where we have a requirement of the developer to build a certain improvement. So there is a separation there. But again, that's only in cases where there's a there's mutual responsibility And that's where we would use a portion of NIGID revenues, and the Metro District would use a portion of their revenues to build a certain improvement, for example. Now, whether that's administered through the NIGID or through the Metro District, that would be worked out on a case-by-case basis, such as we did with 112th Avenue, for an example, where Reunion Metro District contributed a certain amount and the city contributed a certain amount. Does that help clarify?
Sorry, hit the wrong button. It does. I think there are some ships that have already sailed where that maybe doesn't apply. I guess I would ask in response, projects that are listed on there, such as I think High Plains Parkway was one of the projects listed. Would that be paid for in conjunction with the NIGID and the adjacent Metro District?
Yes.
It would. Okay, thank you. That does help.
Seeing no other requests for discussion, we'll do a voice vote after the city clerk reads the title.
Resolution 2021-97, a resolution in support of Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District, ballot issue 6A and 6B.
All those in favor signify with physical hand in the chat window. Your vote can be counted, and that is going to pass unanimously 9-0. Next up, we have ordinances on first reading. I'm looking for a motion and a second to amend the agenda to remove ordinance 2354 from consideration. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to amend the agenda, removing ordinance 2354 from consideration. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor, please use your physical hands in the chat window. And that is going to pass 5-4. Great. Next up, we have ordinance 235 and ordinance amending sections 13003. Mr. Gibson, did you get the yeses and nos?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ordinance 2355 and ordinance amending sections 1-3003 and 3-2103 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to establish a minimum $500 penalty for littering and improper dumping. Mr. Sheasley, would you like to introduce the item?
Just very briefly, this does what the title says, $500 minimum fine for littering and improper dumping, whether it's civil or criminal. The judge, I want you to know, has amended his fine schedule to establish a $500 minimum fine for littering. And this would just make sure it applies also for civil infractions. It leaves all kinds of discretion for alternative sentencing as well. So this ordinance isn't necessary based on the judge's action, but you could still approve it if you desire.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing no questions for staff, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2355. Councilmember Madera.
Sorry, so moved.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2355. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2355, an ordinance amending sections 1-3003 and 3-2103 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to establish a minimum $500 penalty for littering and improper dumping. Councilmember Madera.
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes.
Councilmember Noble.
Yes.
Councilmember Wardiola.
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank.
Yes.
Mayor Huseman.
Yes.
Passes 9-0. And I would like to note for the mayor and city council, our new automatic time of adjournment is in 10 minutes at 11:17 p.m.
Got it. Thanks, sir. Next is administrative council business per council policy. Except for emergency or unforeseen items, council members are encouraged to submit administrative business items by the Tuesday before the meeting with another council member's endorsement. This week, 2 items were submitted by myself, apparently, and 2 items were submitted by Councilmember Noble. First up, we have ratification of my signature on a letter to Governor Polis regarding WQCC June 2020 ruling. Mr. Tingelberg is available to answer any questions if council has any. Councilmember Hurst.
Apologize, that was just to add one.
Councilmember Madera.
I'd like to make the motion if there's no questions.
Councilmember Grimes,
I can hold for discussion.
Mr. Madera,
Make the motion to ratify the mayor's signature on the letter to Governor Polis during the WQCC June 2020 ruling.
Councilmember Noble,
The letter that I asked for.
was that a second?
Mhm.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to ratify my signature on a letter to Governor Polis for the rules regarding the Water Quality Commission meeting, June 2020 second ruling that took place. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask for a point of clarification. It's my understanding that a lot of the language for this letter was actually generated by a special interest group. And I want to make sure that that's not the case and that this letter is actually generated by our staff with feedback from this council and not being transcribed from special interest material.
Mr. Tinkelberger, Mr. Sheasley, would you like to weigh in on how the letter was drafted?
Yes, we certainly had that material available to us, and it was utilized in terms of idea generation, but drafting itself was done by city staff, and so we did not follow their template.
I would just like to point out that it's very I don't even know the words to use. This is really frustrating that we would even consider special interest literature as part of the compilation of a letter to go to the governor. This would not be met or received with any kind of acceptance if it was from another industry. And I just want to make sure that we're careful about how we're formulating our opinions as a council and as a city to send to the governor's office.
Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I guess I would just counter with, living upstream from or downstream from the Platte River, and especially, the metro wastewater. I know a lot of people like to blame Suncor, but this ruling is actually specific to the Platte River and specifically where metro wastewater dumps. It literally just smells like, a toilet. So these are the things that are coming out of there, and regardless of where the source of the language is, I think it's something that needs to be addressed. And for too long we've been just kind of downstream from all this dumping, and it's time that we said something about it, because there's a time that you wouldn't get into the Platte River when you go down the bike trail from my house, and upstream down Denver they have their rafting days and the water days, and you would never think of doing anything like that. So it's time to take issue with that and let them know that we really need to improve that.
Councilmember Noble?
For context, we already sent a letter to the Water Quality Control Commission about this very issue regarding the fact that the Water Quality Control Commission made this ruling in June of 2020, and the city, which was directly impacted, was not informed. And that's very critical. The second part of the motion that was passed that led to this letter was to petition the Water Quality Control Commission, because even though we sent the letter that was signed by Mayor Huseman, and even though I was authorized to speak at the hearing by the City Council, the Water Quality Control Commission did not respond, either verbally or in writing. So the next step is an actual petition. This letter to the governor encourages the governor to have the Water Quality Control Commission revisit their decision of last June 2020. And at the same time, there is a petition that would go to the Water Quality Control Commission, which is a formal step to ask them to respond. They can deny the petition, but at the same time, they have to do something. Thank you.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the feedback, and I also don't want to misconstrue my opinion about making improvements to our water. I think that's very important, and I support that. What my issue is where the literature is coming from. And I would ask that if we support this, that we openly look at and consider supporting things that I might bring to the table from other special interest groups in the future.
Councilmember Noble.
Well, you know, we got tons of material from Colorado Oil and Gas Association and the American Petroleum Institute when we were working on the oil and gas regulations. And I know that some of the language came from them too. So, you know, special interests, I don't know if they're special interests or if they're experts or they're SMEs in their fields, subject matter experts. It's something that Councilmember Grimes is completely accurate about, and we should take a look at that and do that on a regular basis. So thank you so much for bringing it up, Councilmember Grimes.
Councilmember Grimes.
And thank you, Councilmember Noble, for finally acknowledging industry participation as subject matter expertise.
I have a motion and a second to approve ratifying my signature on that letter. All those in favor, please signify with physical hand in the chat window. And that's going to pass 8-1 with Councilmember Grimes being the nay. This time I need a motion and a second to extend the meeting by 15 minutes. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to extend the meeting by 15 minutes, which will take us to 11:32. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble? Nope. Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify with your physical hand in the chat window. That is going to pass 8-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Frank being the nay. Let's see, next up, any other council members have administrative business of an emergency or unforeseen nature? Otherwise, Councilmember Hurst.
Yes, sir. I have two quick ones. I'll start with the first motion. I'd like to make a motion to cancel an upcoming study session to hear the details on the QCF issue and direct Roger to set up third-party mediation and report back the general outcome.
My understanding is we already have a study session scheduled. Were you trying to do away with that study session and just direct the staff to have a mediation and as opposed to the study session or in addition to the study session?
Opposed to, sir.
Thank you. So we will not have the study session scheduled for October 25th to discuss the issue. Instead, we'll direct Roger to have a higher outside mediation to deal with this issue. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem.
I would second that.
I have a motion and a second to cancel the agenda item for the October 25th meeting and direct city staff to hire a mediator to mediate the issue between the parties. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst.
Apologize, meant to lower my hand.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, it's my understanding that they already had this vote on the QCF to go over this. And so the study sessions really just bring us up to speed. And so I'm not going to be supportive of this because, per our charter, we have to, also vote on this. And, I think we're kind of just delaying the inevitable at this point. And, we really should just have the conversation. We already have it scheduled. So I'd rather go to the study session.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, but over the summer, boards and commissions had also directed staff, the staff liaison and additional staff if needed to have the conversation between Laurel and Daniela to try to work on whatever issues were going on. And that conversation was never had. And I think that that's a big reason that everything was escalated. So I don't know. I think I could be wrong. And I don't know if that's why Councilmember Hurst is bringing that up, but that conversation, that was the original point, and that conversation was supposed to be had clear back in like June.
Councilmember Hurst.
Don't think this is an easy one. We don't have council liaison on QCF, so it's really hard to get appropriate context because of what QCF is. I think QCF represents our city. It is the nonprofit that we work with. But after discussions with seeing other council members at the Fall Fest and just this weekend, I don't think it's at a point where we need to expose everything that's going on. I don't think anybody's broken any laws or anything like that. But it seems kind of like a difference in opinion type of issue, something that maybe doesn't need to be discussed in public by people who are just volunteering to make a positive benefit to the city. Now, I'm not here. My intention of asking for the study session was never to call anybody out or expose anybody. It's because I think I told Councilwoman Noble this over the weekend. I really want us to put the amount of effort, if we're going to remove somebody, as we did to bring them on to the Board or Commission. And I think asking some questions and getting some clarification would be vital in this. But to save any type of potential public issue or public embarrassment, I would like to try to first resolve that issue with outside mediation to keep us out of it. And then the report back will allow us to proceed with any actions that comes out of that. But again, my intent is just to kind of allow for what needs to be said in a more private setting because they are volunteers.
Councilmember Guardiola.
Thank you, Mayor. I think mediation should have happened a while ago, but are we undermining that board, right? And what message are we sending that to, hey, when it gets to us, we'll send you to mediation, or the board voted. I think all of us got an email today. And I just don't want to take any board or commission or committee power away. We appoint them. It looks like they solved it. I mean, honestly, they all voted. There's a fair vote. And now we're bringing it back, right? Because it didn't happen. And I don't know why it didn't happen. I know myself and Mayor Pro Temp addressed that a while ago and it didn't happen. But the board voted. And now we're going to open it up again. I just think it's sending a different message to all our boards and commissions. And yes, we're responsible. We appoint and we remove. But what message are we sending all our boards and commissions that, hey, if you don't like the vote, come to city council, send us all emails, and we'll reconsider for you guys.
Mr. Tinklenberg.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the staff member attempted to set up a meeting for the mediation previously, or for conversation to occur. So staff did what was directed. That was not successful. So I think it takes the authority of council to give direction at this point. I certainly don't have the authority to intervene with boards and commissions, but that's why I'm saying it would take your authority, your direction, if you want me to do that.
Councilmember Hurst.
You're on mute.
Councilmember Grimes.
Do you want me to wait for Councilmember Hurst to finish?
Yeah, my fault. I can be real quick. Councilman Guardiola, I hear you. I just feel like we're asked to vote to remove, and I've got zero context as to why we'd remove somebody. There was 2 votes to no. It only takes 2 votes to get something on the council. I think the request for discussion before it happens to add context is valid. And so I wanted to hear that to try to not allow that to be public. And maybe I heard that there was seeking of legal counsel. I don't think it needs to be that serious. I think a third-party mediation allows for a private and more professional way to handle this right now.
Councilmember Grimes.
So my only concern with taking this off of our agenda and sending it to mediation, attempting to send it to mediation, is that I think ultimately we have to vote whether or not to remove this member. And so I think somebody already said this really just delays the inevitable if this is what both the member in question and the council wants, not this council, but Quality Community Foundation, sorry. I'm torn because I agree the original reason I didn't want this to come up in public was because I think it's not really fair to have this out publicly. But I'm wondering if a study session is, maybe a way that we could at least have this conversation. And is this an item that could go on a consent agenda if council agreed that this member should be removed?
Councilmember Guardiola.
Can staff answer my question, please?
Well, at this point, we don't know direction of council, so a little tough to just throw that out there. That's certainly an avenue, but I don't know the will of council at this point.
That's fair, Roger. I was asking simply if the will of council was to remove a member, could it be done as a consent agenda item out of a study session?
Yes.
Maybe avoid further public discussion of it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I definitely agree that I think prolonging this, we got all an email on the other side, and I think that's justification of why those members voted how they voted. And now we want to go mediation, or they spoke. Why are we going to undermine their voice? And I mean, is it examples that we want for this? I think the letter we got today gave a lot. And I think that's enough to push it to a study session. I do agree. These folks didn't choose to get elected like us to put their lives out on blast. Is there any other way where we could do this? Or I would agree with Councilwoman Grimes. I think giving the direction and getting done with it.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I agree. If we can put it on the consent agenda and take care of it discreetly. I think the original reason that we sent it to study session was because we had no context whatsoever. And I think, since the original meeting where that was brought up, we've gotten a little bit more context, and, we don't need to drag this out publicly. We can handle it discreetly and, honor the decision of that board.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to cancel the October 25th study session agenda item for discussion of the removal of a QCF member and instead send them to mediation. All those in favor signify by raising your physical hand in the chat window. And that is going to, was that a yes or a no, Councilmember Alan Thomas? That's a no. Okay, thank you. The motion is going to fail 5-4. You had another one, Councilmember Hurst. We have 5 minutes.
Yep. I'd like to make a motion to request a study session or special meeting. I was going to replace the last topic, but onto another day. To discuss the list of potential solutions to obtain the development vision we have moving forward, and hear about next steps on our comprehensive plan and how we can align that with our future zoning.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to request a study session to talk about ways forward for development in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
I would just like to suggest that you move that until the new council is seated.
Councilmember Guardiola.
Thank you, Mayor. And just the options that Roger talked about, that Jason definitely would want to include all that in there.
All right, I have a motion and a second to have that study session All those in favor signify by raising your physical hands in the chat window. And that is going to pass 7-2 with Councilmember Noble and Councilmember Allen Thomas voting no on that. Okay, any other administrative council business? Seeing none, we have 4 minutes for reports. Mr. Tinklenberg, would you be amenable to sending out your report in email format to everybody?
Sorry, forgot I was off camera and muted. Yes, I can do that.
Thank you. Mr. Sheasley?
Just to ask if you wanted to give direction on the city attorney search.
Yes. Anybody wish to make a motion on that? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion for HR to start preparing city attorney, sorry, it's late, documentation showing that we're gonna have a job opening immediately.
Councilmember Grimes?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to direct city manager to prepare a recruitment flyer and plan for the recruitment of a city attorney. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please raise your physical hands in the chat window if you're in favor. That is going to pass unanimously 9-0. Is there another? Councilmember Madera?
I'd like to make the motion to enter into negotiations with our deputy city attorney to be the city attorney on an interim basis.
Great. I have a motion to set a special meeting on October 25th to discuss the interim city attorney negotiations and appointment. Is there a second? Councilmember Grimes?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to set a special meeting on October 25th to discuss the interim city attorney negotiations and appointment. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we will do a voice vote. Please raise your physical hands in the chat window if you're in favor. That is going to pass unanimously 9-0. Great. Do any council members have any reports they can make in the next 2 minutes? Seeing none, I also do not have a report to make. Therefore, we will adjourn. Thank you for attending our meeting. Have a good night. Have a good week. We'll see you next week.